I think this is good. I think this is working. I'm not sure. I think this is working. This is not working. The mic on the PC is absolutely not working today. We'll see if that is picked up a bit later. I think it's because of the fans, but we never know. Nonetheless, I hope you had a good weekend. It is Monday, I think. Yes, it is. We have some good news, I guess. I have some things to talk about, kind of, not really, but a bit. And then we have a lot of branding slash guidelines to do for Sony on today's episodes of the Noms bots things. So we'll see what we can do there. I don't know if we can do much, but yeah. We'll see what we can do. There are other things that are coming up in on Twitter in terms of design and so on that are kind of becoming a bit of a patterns that we could talk about. It's a bit of a different thing. It's not necessarily something that is noticeable from a UI standpoint, but it is noticeable from a design standpoint on most of the thing that I'm seeing. We have been talking about it for the past few, I guess, years now. But it is stronger than before, which is good. So that's a good thing, I guess. I guess. Um, I guess, you know, it's always a good thing. Cybersex, welcome on in. How are you? How was the weekend? But yeah, other than that, I think everything is pretty good working. I have made updates on the app, which is the most important thing, which is why the title of today's stream is the title of today's stream. Yeah, Helion, welcome on in. How are you? I like how I called you Gideon, even though I guess your name is probably just Hide on Zuke, but I don't. I never know. I never know. Um, you will not ask the same question, please. Ask the same question. So yeah, so that's a good thing. I have sent the app for review to Apple, which is a good thing. I haven't checked that just before starting. I'm gonna hope that it works today. And then based on that, are you not connecting? It's not connecting again. God damn it. Um, yeah, this thing is weird. They fixed it in the previous beta version, and now in beta 4, it's broken again. So it's just gonna be a pain in the ass. Let me see if I could just get that rolling-ish. Um, is that a thing that we can do? It is a thing that we can do. Yes. Can I also do that? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Cool. That's gonna work. That's gonna work. So the update in question, it is containing on Perfume specifically, is containing things regarding the not onboarding but onboarding section of the app, which is something that I don't care about whatsoever. Like when you download the app for the first time, you just get the app and it works, which is, I mean, I guess a better experience for most users than having an onboarding with 3 slides. But now, just because I need to, I added, and also this is laggy as fuck because of how it is. I added this thing at the start of the app, the next version. So when the users are going to just update, this is going to pop up, which shows you how your calendar is going to go or look, how the criteria card is going to work with a bit of an animation, and then how the wrapped at the end of the month, what the mid-year slash end of the year are going to look like. So this is a good system. It's resetted, so if the user decides to navigate through these slides, we have something that is like reanimated. So that's you know, small change, whatever. And most importantly for me, it takes your actual content. So if you have 3 wares on that month, then you will have 3 wares where they are or where they were, which is good. If you have nothing here, like no subfolders, then you won't see anything, which is good. And then if you have a wrap that is available, then we will have the information about it and we will showcase that, which is good as well. So I think this is overall a good thing, a simple addition for this entire thing. But yeah, that's one of the biggest update that we have. This is going through, and then I change some conditionals when it comes to what to showcase and when, specifically here on the wrapped section. So if you just downloaded the app like yesterday and you've been wearing thing, but it hasn't been a month or a new month hasn't happened yet, then there is no wrapped that is in there. So because it's like a monthly thing at the end of the month, exactly calendar year, it pops up. So that's hidden by default, and then when you have some wares, it goes in. So I do like it. I don't know why this one went through. This one makes no sense. Don't think I said it. Nonetheless, so this is good. This is a good update. It's gonna be pretty useful. The only thing that I'm unsure and that is going in the next update is because the card recommendation with the criteria is right there when you're opening the app for the first time. Um, I mean, not for the first time, but like on the beginning of the day. I don't know if it makes sense to have it like in your face all the time. You can skip content and recommendation that are like the recommendation criteria and just go into your regular recommendation system. But I don't know if that's a bit of a weird thing. I don't know if the main people that are looking for criteria filters for recommendation want it on every day or if they want it some days. Like it's an always or sometimes situation that I don't know. So I will need to check with the people that have requested it to see if it's something that is going to be a button somewhere in this view that says um, filter recommendation or some shit, or if the thing that I've put in place is good enough because you can skip anyway, all times, always, and therefore be good with it. So that's the main thing. That's the main thing. The other thing that I need to do, which I haven't done, and I'm on the wrong phone, so it doesn't really matter, but the Can app needs to get updated when it comes to the Android version. Basically, what is happening is that Google and Google Play has put in place a new store manager thingy API thing, and therefore I need to upgrade that. I don't know if I know how to do that, so we'll see. Owen, what morning? How are you? How was your weekend? Welcome on in. So this is pretty good. It's working. I do like it. I like most of the thing that we have in there so far. I love the update in here because this is working. I simplified some of the systems, which is good. And then in anything that is related to the sync/admin section, I'm adding a ton of stuff for myself because I'm the only one that use it. Feels, welcome on it. Let's see if you drop. I don't think so. Uh, maybe you're gonna just drop in as. No, you're not picking it. That's it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, that angle was wrong. You're going back to bed. I see. Well, have fun. um, I'm not making it either. Ah, you know what? Maybe no, no, no. Oh yeah, I'm making it. Goddamn. I thought I was about to miss it by a hair, but no. Ah. Anyways, this is good. The update is good, which is what I wanted. And then now we just wait for Apple to just review the thing. I think we have the notification somewhere in there, but yeah, no, nonetheless, it's just that easy. It's working. I like it. I really need to take, I would say a week probably to overhaul the entirety of, I can't really show you that first page for security reasons. Not that it matters, but like security reasons. But anything that is currently in the admin dashboard that is within the app. So anyone that figures out how to get access to this can't get access to this because it's linked to my iCloud ID. So technically it's secure, but there will probably be some people that will figure it out and get access to it. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't do shit. But I need to make it a bit cleaner, and I need to make it useful because right now the whole system is just like it's such a weird system. So when I'm adding like new perfumes to the database, I click on the CSV reference upload, then go in, find the CSV that I have created to upload new things. I then match fields to our fields within the app, just in case, like in the future, we have employees, probably future in like 10 years. But if we have employees and they are uploading things that are like differently formatted than what I'm used to, then they can just remap things and then it works. And then from there, once they are uploaded to my database, which is local for now, I then need to press that button of push local in review thing to CloudKit. And then from here, once this has gone through, I go back up and I go to review manually everything that I just uploaded. And then I select them and I approve them. And it's that back and forth could be simplified of if I know that the data in the CSV is good, let me just upload everything as reference instantly. But when I do that, it doesn't work. So that as I mentioned, I need like a full week to probably like reorganize this thing and make sure that it works. Because goddamn, it's a pain in the ass. But it's working, which is all I need right now because I don't have employees. Then I'm good. I'm good. But then again, this view, for example, is one of the things that I'm like, it makes sense right now, but for 90% of, not 90%, like 99.9% of the users, which is like just me that is not using this, at the top of the view, you currently have two buttons. You have the admin buttons and you have the settings buttons. And for regular people, that button doesn't exist because they're not admins. And they have like this wide ass empty space with nothing in it. And then there is the card underneath. And so what I'm thinking about is that this thing could get in the card and that entire thing could go up. And therefore we could lose the card because it doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. And just have this as a header so it is a cleaner thing. And it would look similar to this header, I think. The only thing that is annoying is that I would need to have two buttons probably here, and combining them is an option like we have right here, but then that would be probably pushing the space that is here. So we would not have the proper placement, and I don't like this. So I don't know yet. But nonetheless, I do still think that having the cards getting removed isn't a bad idea. I might just do that soon-ish. Next update. I don't know. Nonetheless. So this is coming into the latest update, which is good. And then in the calendar, you can click on the perfume that you have worn in the past week or in the past month, and then see it with its detail view. You can go back in month to go back to as far as your first wear, which is pretty good. Mine is from September 2025 when I kind of introduced some wear tracking system. So it's been a bit. And then there are something that just don't make sense. Apparently, on this one, on December 15th, I have worn 15 perfumes on the same day. This it didn't happen. It did not happen. Uh, I was probably just testing shit and experimenting with how the effect was working. But yeah, nonetheless, it's working. It's good. I like it. We've made some progress, not necessarily the best of progress, but like good progress nonetheless. So yeah, that's good. That is good. So yeah, we'll see how Apple likes it. So far I sent that 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, maybe not so long ago. Therefore, I don't think they will review it today. I'm aiming for tomorrow for the review. But sometimes, I mean, sometimes it's not sometimes, most times, uh, for some reason, we have the notification that says, oh, we are currently reviewing your thing while we are streaming. So it might happen. It might happen. I don't know. We'll see. But it's fine. And as mentioned, I need to absolutely update the Can app for Android before it gets no money business ability. It's a weird sentence. Um, Even though the last payment that I got from Google was like €1 and 28 cents. Rich. I was rich. I was rich on that day. Um, it's still something. So I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no. Nonetheless, that's most of the news that we have. The other thing is that this, which we are currently looking at, is coming from Kazu, and Kazu has created this tone app, which is basically a shader app for your phone with a design that is very close to the Brutalist slash Cyber TY from Claude. So I do have a bit of a brain patterns that tells me this probably has been vibe coded ish, or at least started as a vibe coded project from them. But it is really good, and therefore there is no issues with vibe coding things if the output is good. But yeah, it just creates some very cool outputs and visuals for your pictures. So if you are interested in that and you have an iPhone, then damn, that's a lot of percentage in that URL just because of the fucking Japanese character. That's wild. But yeah, no, other than that, we're good. Other than that, we're good. Oh, and you said just the man I want to see. Why? Why? Um, and you also said that Stony managed to get the server working, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good. I still haven't set up mine because I don't have an SSD that is candidate to be used for that. So yeah, and I appreciate that. I appreciate it. So yeah, other than that, in the updates we've seen, I don't know if you're part of the EU or if you're part of what the fuck is happening in the EU right now. There is a survey to, how can I say that? And be kind. That's the question. There is a survey currently going on for the new Euro banks, and it is, oh my god, can't do that. And it shows like I just want to fucking see the banknotes. It shows the designs and they're all shit. That's I yeah, they are. They are all shit. And obviously I'm biased on this, but let me show you. If Chrome's loads and it allows me to go through the not already completed uh, section. We'll see. Maybe it works. I don't know. Yay! uh, they've been implementing or showcasing things like this, and it's just bad. Like it's not looking like I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about it that just pisses me off, but it is just bad design overall. They have these things that look like corporate illustration that we have been using in 2014 for 99% of the SaaS landing pages that we have. They have put in place some historical people and faces, um, and it's like this one looks like shit. Uh, the next one is worse. Like you're gonna combine real pictures of people and 2000 illustration from the iPod ads on the same bills and be like, oh yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure, that's gonna work. That's gonna be good. Um, and then there is a theme or an additional theme with birds. Like there is either um, known people, known faces, or birds. And then on both of them, they are using some very, very bad illustrative things. Like this is a picture that has been just black and whited, and then the people are just vectorized shapes. But it is absolute trash, and it just doesn't make any fucking sense for me to have any of these like potential. Really? Sorry. I mean, it's conceptual and shit, but it's also like not working. There's a thing in design that we have been talking about for the longest time, which is the law of familiarity. We want to have things that are familiar to the users. And right now, getting the €5 bill from blue to purple, which purple used to be the €500 bill, makes absolutely no sense. The fact that this is gray and that the illustration is just like really bad illustration. Like the 20 is the color that we used to have for the fives. So, but it's just weird. Um, yeah, one side sometimes is good, but the other is worse. And so when we go into things like the one that most people want to have, like this is so shit as well. It's more interesting because they have the gravure effect, the banknote engraving things. But I mean, this is good. I mean, it's not good. It's still shit, but like it's better than nothing. And this is like so trash. And it's so sad. It's so sad because it should be good. It's the money that people wants to have represented. And so this one I think is one of the winners from the people, but I'm like, this is still shit. Mainly because of the colors that are added that don't match with the euros. And then because this thing, what in the Magic the Gathering card is this shit? Like I get it, but I don't get it. It's one of the rivers in France and or in Europe, so it makes sense. But also, like it looks so bad. And in this illustration, did you not have time to not sketch things out? I yeah, this is one that is pretty good. They have some overall good birds design. So as I was mentioning, it's either like famous people or birds. There is no questions. And then in the back, they just add fucking buildings for no fucking reasons. Specifically, there are buildings that I don't necessarily know of, which is fine. Like I don't know all the buildings in Europe, but still. So this one is interesting. It's not good, but it's interesting, and therefore it's one of them that I'm like, I'm going to be in the neither like or dislike every time. And then there is this thing where they bring back the same person, so that happens. It's blue, which is good, but then they give you this. I, come on, come on, guys. But it is more conceptual, and sometimes it is a bit better than nothing, but it's still really bad. And then this one is, I think, one of the current winner from the people that I see on Twitter are just like mentioning that this is good. Again, the face with the bird is great. It's a nice thing. It's a bit weird because of the hash marks and placements and things, but the illustration is nice and so on. And then they put that on the back. It, really? It's fine. And then if they had the same illustrative types from the birds on the building, I wouldn't have any issues with it. But it's just like these are almost good. They are not the best, but they are like almost good. And I think Design D is the one that most people want everyone to vote for because of how it is, but they are shit. Um, like they are so shit. They have some details that are like genuinely good, but they also have IDs that just like makes no sense. This illustration is really bad. Like this is a vectorized illustration that combines static color and gradients. They have the bird's feet and the bird's shrimp sound as an oscillogram here as the holographic thing that we have on our bills. But then on the other side, we get this shit, and I'm like, why? Why are we doing this? Like, why is this the design that we wanted to have? It makes no sense. The birds are okay, but it makes no sense. And it's just like, it's so bad. This one is almost the only coherent one, kind of. Um, because the relationship in between the illustration here and the illustration there is roughly similar. It is not the same. It is still vectorized bitch, and therefore I still don't like it. But they have more of a bill format, right? That section here that is a cutout where all of the bills have the exact same cutout with the same curve is making a lot of sense. It's the same on both sides. This is pretty good. We like the design overall, and therefore it works. The illustration, the paintings are good, but that's it. And so this one is my second option that is like um potentially good. But other than that, everything else is shit, and it's so sad because I'm gonna still vote, even if it's the third time voting. I said nothing. It's my first time voting. Yes, for sure, for sure. Um, I do like it, but I'm gonna show you other things that to me makes a lot more sense. So it's That's the current debacle that we have in Europe, and it happens. But then we have these that were a proposed design, I think, from Russian bills, and they just slaps. Like, it's just so good, and it stands out so much as a bill. It has so much vibe to it. There is a link in between the front and the back of the bills. Even though the back, like this one, is trees, this one is mountains. They have the colors. It makes sense. It's good. We like it. But then the one that is undefeated to me is it's the Dutch banknote story, which we've seen before, we talked about before. So for Stonies and Phils and all the people that are from the Netherlands, these bills from the Dutch are just like so good in comparison to anything else. And it works so well, and the illustrative systems that they have is so good that it's just like it makes sense. And I get it. Like, again, from a European point of view, they want to have birds and fucking architectural on the other side because this one already exists, but this one also have faces and other things here and there, but they are all so good. So these are just good design, and in my eyes, much better than others because of the diversity that we have in there and the reference and the needs or the relationship between things. The other one that is good is the Canadian banknotes because they are uh, plastic and scented, but they are plastic, and it's more interesting as a whole thing. I do think the dollar bills are interesting, but they are not necessarily good. I think they are good because we are used to them the same way that the current euro banks or banknotes are good because I know how they look. But like these are like such a I guess it's because I used the previous money in France, and then we switched to these, and I was like, cool. And then they updated them to different things, the fun stuff as well. From the people that don't know, we have bridges on the bills, or at least we had bridges on the bills. I don't remember. Um, and they were created, or the illustration types that we have right there, they were created and used because these bridges don't exist. They are not things that exist in any of the European countries. They are fictional bridges, so that there will be no issues in between countries. And then the Netherlands, one city in the Netherlands decided to build every single bridge in these notes just so that they can claim them. And the fun thing is that they made it, or they made them with the colors. So I think the 100 bridge is green, the 50 is yellow, and so on. And it is really funny to see in the Netherlands how they looks. But yeah, also the fact that these are within the banks, that it's hidden infrared slash uh, other markups for security reasons and so on is also really cool. But nonetheless, all that to say, there is a debate on the new banknote for the Europes, and this is one of them that has been popular as well. That people are saying that, well, this is probably the way that we have to go because it makes sense. But yeah, I'm already mostly paperless. The only reason why I have about 80 bucks in cash in my wallet at all times is because 80 bucks is about what I need in order to take a cab from here to the airport. And it's so easier to just do it in cash. It helps the taxi drivers as well. And that's the only thing. The rest is just like I don't get out of the house with my wallet anymore. Like I just have my phone and it's enough. So yeah, like this shit is shit. Um, it well, no, that's the thing. It's not. Like it's not even necessary for any transactions. The only transaction that goes in cash are the transactions that the people don't want to declare. Like my I'm gonna put them on the stand. My doctors, some of them are not taking card payments. They are taking checks or um, or cash, but not cards, which makes no sense. And then they justify it with, well, the office is like in a way that doesn't really have reception, and our internet is really bad, so we can't really plug in like a dock for the card machine, which is false because it's wired in, and they have a computer and it works. But it's like, yeah, you just want to get like your 80 bucks without saying that you got 80 bucks on that day. I get it. I get it. I understand. But also, but you know, that is the only use case for cash today. Um, Anytime that you want the transactions to not be marked, then yeah. But yeah, goddamn, this entire thing. Ugh, I hate it. I hate this more, but both of these, I hate them. That was my crash out for the day. That was my crash out for the day. I appreciate this. The one of the other reason that is like also pissing me off is the fact that and this is a mostly I would say this is mostly a me thing, but as someone that is living on the internet and on a creative job type of thing, I do see things on a daily basis that are illustratively and design wise amazing. Even though it is the day to day to me, I can still see some of the benefits of that creativity and the creations that some people have been making in terms of illustration. I just have this one in front of me right now, which is something that I would almost prefer to have this on my banknotes. Not really, but almost than some of the illustration that we have. And so based on the fact that I'm surrounded by such good and creative and well-designed outputs on a daily basis. That was so close. Feels that is. Let me see if it's really real rigged. I guess it is based on that angle. I guess it's really rigged. Um, I don't know. It's just like I'm seeing these illustrations and I'm like, yeah, for sure, that makes sense. Damn. Mm. Like that would be amazing on bills. I don't know. Yeah, it is rigged today. Yes. It's a 100% rigged today. That's yeah. By a hair, but still. Today is a rigged day. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Uh, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is just my bias on seeing such good things on a regular basis that it's like, yeah, it would have been more interesting. Like I wouldn't have minded if we went. Obviously, I'm very into flowers and other things, but I wouldn't have minded if we went into some pixelated dithering effect for the faces and all the birds. And the combination of the front and the back, if we had things like this is going to be very similar to the Russian one, but if it had been flowers and landscape or birds and landscape, I think I would have been okay with most of them. Um, and then the other thing that is kind of I would have loved to have known, how the fuck did they source these designs? Like, what was the brief? Who got access to it? Who was supposed to make these things? Because if it was some sort of an open call where I could have been part of the design of the bills and create something that makes more sense for me, I would probably have submitted something. Um, and I'm seeing this. Um, like these types of design could have been amazing as well in terms of transitions and contents and presentation of the bills. But I don't know. I haven't been invited, so I don't know. I don't. But it would have been great. And there is like a ton of things. There is another one illustration that we kind of didn't really talk about, but I love this in style. Like I feel this is such a unique vibe that is standing out compared to the rest of the illustrations that just exist on the internet. And it could have been amazing on anything, not necessarily bills, and obviously not necessarily something that is like skulls and so on. But if you have an artist take the portraits of someone in their own style with the intent of getting this style for the woman on the €5 bill that we seen earlier, that would have been amazing. And then adding like this duotone with the absolute opposite, the initial one for the the gray slash €5 one would have potentially something black as an opposite, but then the red one, the 10 bucks one would have been red first, but then blue with the accent. Um, and it would have been great. It would have been great. I would have loved this. But you know, it's just like some things don't fit, would not have fit on on the bills. Shit like this to me could have 100%, 100%. Like it would have been amazing as a rendering option. Um, and I don't know, in the age of technology and how we are embracing tech on a regular basis and pushing like the infrastructure into something that is not paper based, then maybe getting that type of illustration would have been a lot more interesting. But then again, like the bills from the Netherlands are so good. The bills from Russia candidates were so good. The Canadian one are good. The current euro is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. And it's just like there is so much potential. There's so much thing that could have happened that just didn't. And yeah, I don't know. Anyways, crash out over. I yeah. I saw this. I think this is a good starting point for Stoney's landing page. And in terms of having the movie posters flying around and then getting seated within the landing page placement, I think this is a pretty good idea. Obviously, I am extremely biased on this one because of this. It's not as if I already did that last year. Like it's it's I I love this thing. It works. It's good. It's a good system. So obviously I do think this works, and then also Stoney, we'll call it. I do think that this is potentially a good presentation for the header section of the page if we wanted to create something that was a bit more interesting than what is currently the case. Um, because it's fine, but it might be too boring slash too basic, and therefore changing things here and there could be good, could be bad. I don't know yet. Um, but something could work. You hate it? God damn. These clients. You hate it. You hate the current one. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. So yeah, so that's the thing that I saw uh last Saturday. If you haven't seen this, please take a moment to appreciate Urk. Urk is good. We like Urk. We like Urk. It's nice. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. Anyways. Um, and then we had some birds because I'm a big fan of crows, but birds are good. Other than that, I think most of the thing that I'm talking about are kind of aligned. I discovered this, which is a library from the BBC of sound effects, and everything is free to use. And therefore, if you are someone who is trying to, you know, uh, get some sound into your UIs, but maybe use that. It's pretty neat. There's a ton of sounds in there, and yeah, um, apparently it's just free for personal use. I don't know. Um, this is a weird thing. We'll see about it. Nonetheless, I saved another thing for Stony specifically on the fucking GitHub starred things. This is going the amount of star that I gave in is going up. So Twitch Manager is a new thing that I just discovered this morning. It is a Japanese platform for managing Twitch and OBS as an app. So this might be something that you take a look at within maybe their wiki is better because it might be like in English. I don't know. But nonetheless, Twitch Manager might be something that we are taking a look at in terms of build and in terms of presentation. I should have clicked on English so that we have the explanation in English, and I gave you the link in English, but it's the same thing. It doesn't really matter. Uh, so yeah, that's a potentially good thing. And why did I close this? I don't know. I don't know. I saved an other one, which is Palmia Pro. Orca was interesting. Let me just open all these things because it's interesting. So Palmia Pro is a video editing platform with AI integration first that is self-hostable. Bahima, welcome on in. How are you? How was your weekend? So this is interesting on a composition baseline. I don't know. It seems interesting. It seems pretty good. There is still a lot of new apps that are coming up that are open source that will be useful. The same thing as statics that we talked about last week. But Palm Pro seems to be like a bit of a Premiere Pro alternative, but with an AI integrations right away. So I don't know exactly how that works, but it is like some sort of an MCP thing. So that's interesting. Um, I see. um, Orca was an interesting thing. I think this is mostly for fills more than Stony, but could work for Stony as well, and anyone else, by the way. It is an AI orchestrator, like AI agent orchestrator system slash platform that you can self-host and therefore run most of the things in there. Fair point. Um, so if you have a variation of like Claude and Codex and the other thing, then you have a centralized place um, where you can have all of your AI agents and other technology run in the same place. But that is based on the presentation. Um, it looks pretty good, right? It looks like a pretty impressive setup, and it has a lot of features, and therefore, because of the lot of features and the lot of integration that exists with all of these things, then maybe it is a good thing. I don't know. I know that both of you have a lot more interest in the self-hosting and what is the fucking word for this thing? The security-based hosting of LLMs and so on. So that's it is potentially good. I don't know. I just had a thing about it, and it looked good, and the landing page is fine, um, and therefore why not test it out, or at least take a look at the repo, see if it's good, and yeah. Yeah. Um, that's the redemption. That is the redemption. And then lastly, there is the AI copywriter human tone thing, which is similar to the one that I shared last week, which is not a good thing, but a good thing at the same time. Um, these are just like skills, the usual, that contains uh, explanation on what AI writing sounds like, how does it look, what are some of the example sentences that are in there, and therefore ensuring that the AI itself is just um, not gonna do these things. As always, this is a skill, so that's something that I would never use as a skill, but use as a one-time thing. So I would probably just download this and then use it as a run through the entirety of my running once and then delete it from the code base just because of how much content it is and how much um, context it takes on every single message. So that's a thing that I kind of potentially could recommend. I don't know. It's fine, but it's interesting nonetheless. Having this as someone that is writing things and having case studies and other things that needs to go through stakeholders and other people reading the thing is kind of the reason for using these things, even though it would be so much easier to just write the thing on your own. But I don't really have that. And then micro UI, or someone called it micro we, micro we, as very French, is a set of UI elements that are very basic, very simple, that are necessary to get something not looking like the default browser content. So it is interesting. I don't know enough about it. The only thing that I see is that it is like kind of old-ish. The latest update is 2 years ago. The creation was roughly 6 years ago. Nonetheless, potentially interesting, potentially good. I don't know exactly what it is. I just heard that it's an interesting thing. So if you are in C as a language, then maybe that works. So yeah, that's most of the thing that I have on GitHub for today. The other things are just like Twitch Manager that I mentioned, and then Darkit, which we have talked about before. I don't think I have shared the link, uh, but it is useful. It is basically a system that gives you a dial panel where you can control all of the things that makes your animation, your transitions, your bounce, your latency, and so on. And it is pretty good from what I've heard. I need to like to really much install it for one of my animations to see how it works. But if you're someone that wants micro interactions on your website and you want to dial things in and make sure that you have like the best animation possible, then this is potentially something that you can have. It is free to use, which is good. And yeah, on paper, it looks good. In practice, from what I've seen on Twitter, it looks good as well. Most people are really happy with the outputs, and Techie has used it, I think. Unsure now, but yeah. The only thing that I'm unsure about, and that's the reason why I need to test it out, is I don't know if this is something along the line of I'm dialing things in as a currently in browser rendered thing, and then I can copy a message to send to my agents so that they can polish every single like element, or if it's actually saving to the file that is impacting the animations and all the placements and the content. So I don't know yet. I really need to check it out. I haven't had the time to do that just yet. So that's the thing. That is a thing. That's overall everything that we have. We have this, which is also interesting. You know what? I do think this one is useful. So name that UI is a good reference website for anyone that is building things that doesn't necessarily know how things are named. So uh, the pagination is a pagination, but some people would call that a page label or a page controller or something else. It is called a pagination, and therefore, if you have someone in your team, someone in with whom you are working in, aka like an AI agent or something, they have the understanding of these words, but you might not have as a dev the know the knowledge of the names in questions. It contains most of the UI elements that exist in modern UIs, which is really cool. And yeah, that's overall a good thing. The regular question of badge versus chip versus pill versus tag is a good system, and obviously they have done something that looks kind of similarly to what I wanted to put in place in the Mom UI kit, which looks similar. So yeah, you have an appointment. God damn it! What a concept! What a concept! Take care on the other appointments. So yeah, so this is good for anyone that doesn't know how things are named and using the correct names so that we have something out of it that is good. Use that. We like it. We like it. In the wild things that are really good, this is apparently a vibe coded website, and I'm kind of impressed on this one. Uh, I uh, I I'm really impressed. This is full video, by the way, and the 3D character is obviously the character that they wanted to use as a base. But this entire thing and this website was officially vibe coded with the content, and it is pretty impressive. It is very simple. Like the base of the design is very, very basic, but just adding that 3D-ness and getting the idea of coming up with like the stickers on the face and the 3D elements and all of that is good. As I have kind of mentioned before, me being able to discover like new platforms like Meshi and Zoop and the others, just by finding Chinese slash Japanese and Korean uh, creators that have used these tools is happening often. So yeah, it's uh, it's neat. It is neat. So yeah, no, interesting nonetheless. Interesting nonetheless. Anyways, so we like this. It's an interesting thing. This one was fun as well. It's also adding like a lot of 3D into the interface. This is kind of this is kind of wild. Where it has the ratchet sound. You don't have the sounds right now, but like it has the exploding thing. When you're scrolling slash clicking, it's gonna recompact into a screwdriver. It's it's a neat thing. So just for reference and inspiration, yes. Also, that is true, but like it depends. You can just mirror the video and then you have something that works. Uh, it would be fine. It would be fine, nonetheless. Other than that, I think that's a good system so far. There is this website I just popped in earlier yesterday, which I love. Like someone said, we are growing the design team, by the way, and then that was their response, and I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the thing. I think this is a I think this is pretty good. I think it has more personality than most vibe coded shit that are just like one-shotted through code. Um, it stands out as something that is like, I know you did that for fun, or you really don't have any skills, and therefore this is brilliant because I believe that you have so much skills already. Um, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it could have been a website that has been were created in like 1998 or 1992 kind of thing and hasn't been updated since then, or it's someone that just knows exactly how things used to look and create something out of it. And just the effort that went into not effort at all and misaligned shit is is pretty great. I like it. I like it a lot. And yeah, you have my vote for sure. For sure. So yeah, I do like this. But then you have things like this, which is from um Lee Black. These are the type of thing that we used to do. These are the things that I used to do in on paper first, but then in Photoshop, and then in Illustrator, and then in Sketch, and then in Figma. And one of the reasons why now creating these things for me is so easy because, well, back in 2006, well, we used to do that on a daily basis. So I've been trained on this, and this one is really good. Um, this one is a 2013 Photoshop thing that they have created, and yeah, training yourself on achieving this is not important, but will make your design skills much better. So don't hesitate to just attempt to create these. The only thing that I see on top of the fact that this is obviously pixelated and kind of broken in compression, probably also in styling from that time, is that I'm hoping and I'm also expecting based on time frame that this had some brushed aluminum textures and this had some kind of hex patterns. Yeah, the how's it molded PVC, translucent PVC like spikes in there, which is, I guess, one of the reasons why we have these pixelation or that types of pixelation. But I'm expecting a ton of textures that we can't see through right now. That nowadays in Figma, for example, would be not great, not easy to do, not simple to achieve, and feasible, but like a pain in the ass nonetheless. So that's I think that we can't really do anymore, which is kind of sad. Other than that, yeah, there was a bit of a thing. That's me. That's me. Uh, someone said, "Who else is having like good apps?" And then they mentioned me as I have perfume on my phone because the app is good. I don't use it because I don't have perfumes whatsoever, but I just like the app, and therefore, yeah. And then that person shared uh, their folder and they have the app as well. So I'm pretty happy with that. It's kind of sad because they don't have perfume collection, and therefore it's probably like fucking up my analytics of them having the app but not using the app. Um, but yeah, it's a nice gesture nonetheless, at least from my point of view. So that's a good thing. We like it. We like it. Um, you are going to piss me off again. Um, the Epic streamer has been liking my post on, I mean, my on Twitter most of the times, and they kind of went away and then they came back. And I appreciate the like on the post in question, but it's like I know that if we chat, they want me to pay for promotion of streamers, and that could work in making the stream much bigger than what it is. But I'm fine with three viewers and we're not three, but like I'm fine with what we have right now. I would be better with a lot more in order to get like sponsorship and shit, but hey, this is not the way. So yeah. Other than that, yes. And yeah, I can 100% brag about the downloads. The download count is pretty good so far. I think we are closer to 1.5 now in total. Um, that spike though. Yeah, we're not close. We are at 1.5, which is good. But then again, this is just downloads. So that doesn't mean usage. That's so sad. If we go into active devices, it's depressing because it's average of 6, and I'm like, okay, cool, 6 people have the app and use it on average for the entirety of the lifetime of the app. Like that day where there was promotion, there was 72 people that use the app, but on the regular day there is like 20 people, 10 people, 4 people, and then lately it's going at like 2, 1. I don't like this. I need to do something about it so that people can just, have more active devices. As always, the only thing that I'm saying to myself to not see this as a failure, even though it kind of is, but it's not, is that it is these data are only opt-in only. and therefore not every people that have or every person that has like an iPhone would allow Apple to collect data, and therefore I would say it's probably like 50 to 80% more than this, which is still not much, but still. Um, or maybe this is like 10 to 20% of the total amount. Even then, that would just be mean like 50 people that are using the app on a daily basis. So, eh, nonetheless, it's fine. But yeah, the session though is good. 7,000 sessions means from first, like from the simple fact that people have like 1.5 people have downloaded the apps at least once. That means that 1.5 sessions from there are first used and then potentially never came back. But then there is like 4,000, not 4,000, 6,000 ish sessions that are from the entirety of the user base. So that's a lot of sessions. Not necessarily on a daily basis, but that's a lot of sessions, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good, nonetheless. Moving on. We've had things and we have things on noms that we need to do for today. I think, unless, as always, you have some questions, in which case I would love the questions instead of these. I need to work on the components. I think we have a good base for most of it. The only thing that we don't have is the icon setups and the naming convention, because right now some of these things are using spaces for the names, and that's not a good thing. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but it's not a good thing per se. Most of these icons have been fixed with the system, so that's why I reuse them from the previous client that we had, because they match, but also some of them don't make sense with Stony. But in order for me to get the entirety of the icon collection, I need Stony to get this to a point where he's pretty happy with everything that is in there. Before that, I can't do shit about it. So yeah, I need this to be kind of done in order to figure out exactly what are the icons that we need. And then we can extract all of that and see if we have like correlation with these new icons that I've put in place. And these ones in the reasoning for these is that they are plumpy and more rounded and more fun and more friendly and accessible than some of the others that we've had in the past. And that is the reason why I want to use them, just because the platform itself is supposed to be something that is accessible to all streamer types and not just the power users. Right now, the icons that are used are the MOM icons, which are good, but they are very tech forward and not like SaaS forward and not friendly forwards. So that's a thing. Also, I just can't zoom in and out every time. I need to be on something that is static. If I'm on something that is scrollable, it just doesn't zoom. Anyways, so that's a good thing. It's a good progress so far on this. What do we need on top of that, though? We have badges. Have segment control. I might have to do that for the segmented control. Yeah, no, I mean, while Stoney is doing other thing and he has the meeting apparently right now, so can't do shit, but also it's fine. It's just for the icons. I still need to work on the components and make sure that these components are good enough for what we want to have and how we want them to be displayed. So that's going to take a bit. And yeah, I need that. Damn, I am so tired already. You are 26 by 26, which is crazy. Which is crazy. Let me scale you up at 26 by 26. And then I'm gonna bump that to 3. Was I at 4 a second ago? I think I was at 4 a second ago for this thing specifically. So that's interesting. By the way, shortcut that you may not know, I've been using this a lot more than usual. So right now I have my checkmark that is selected. If I just copy and then paste, it's just gonna be paste where it is, which is fine. But if I take this one and I say Command Shift R is a paste to replace. So instead of having like another thing that I need to then delete, it's just gonna paste to replace, which I think is a good system. It works, it makes sense, we like it. And then we just change the opacity of that color so that it doesn't have the thing. The only I don't think I can do that. I was thinking about the animation thing and get the animation within, but I can't really have my animation run from here because this is not the main component. So I would need to go into my initial icon component to be able to add a path animation that just probably would need to be inverted. Right, just get that teeny tiny animation within the component so that every time it's going to be used is going to animate like this is an option. The thing is, there is no trigger with these bitches. That makes no fucking sense. I love Figma for the motion tab. I think it's a very good addition. It is useless though. That's the that's the only thing that is so bad. You don't have trigger points. You don't have event listening. You can't start an animation on click. You can't start an animation on hover. You can't have. You can only have a cyclic and or single time animation right now. And in order to get to the point where you go from no animation to animation, you need to get 2 variations of a component to get through. And it's just like not worth it. So I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird. I don't like it. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I know that we are missing a loader icon, so I'm just gonna do that real quick. Real quick. Can I get these? Can I get these? I should have just selected them. Yeah. I guess. Let me get that. I guess this placement is good. I don't mind this as a half point, but I guess this is probably going to be a bit better. It kind of works with the placement of the loader, and it's simple enough. It's simple enough. I like that. So the reason for this is because we have officially in the current state of our buttons, this thing and this thing is pretty bad. So changing that to change to replace, and then changing that is so much better. It's so much better. The only thing that I could see is using. Did I save that, by the way? That's gonna be my question. Using a fade loader instead, and did I call that loader? Did I call that spinner? Yeah, something like this might be a better presentation so that people understand that the thing is fading. Maybe. So I could create a loader fade as well with the same system. So how do you create a loader that fades? The simple fact here is that if we say that this is our starting point, or if this is our starting point, it's going to be the same thing. My main thing is going to be you cut half, half, half. So basically all of that are going to be my steps to then gain to where we are. So that means that this one is probably going to be cut here. I'm still going to have like all of these 4 points added to all of them. But that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3. And then 4. And if once we have cut all of that, if we figure out or we think that it needs to be a bit longer overall, then we can add another one here if we want to. Just get that to be a bit longer, and maybe this one can be just that. It has the proper fade. And then once I have all of that, I'm going to go into the pen tool and remove the dots that we don't need anymore, because if you don't know, these additional points are heavier on the SVG outputs. So yeah, that also implies that this is now properly centered. So if we were to rotate this, it has the proper effect, which looks like it's growing, and that would be working probably well. So small additions on the icons that we have. I don't think we need this from the study point of view, or at least not with the face. And maybe this is too boring, and these two are like too classical, and these two are too fat. But I do like the fat moon, and I do like the fat sun. So maybe it's a combination of both, like making the sun a bit less fat, but still kind of fat without the face could help, or just keeping these two. I don't know, but maybe these two need to go. On the other thing that I know we will have for sure is the credentials, API keys, and other things within the app. This is something that will be in there for sure. The store is probably going to be in there for like widgets and overlays and other things. So I'm going to keep that. 221, 220. This. I also know that these are not pixel placed most of the times. So this is fine. I don't like it, but it's fine. It's gonna work. It's gonna do its job. But yeah, I don't like it still. I could do that. I don't like doing this, but I could do this. It's not gonna be a good idea. I was thinking about adding a gradient here as an angular gradient, so that this also that's bad. Yeah, so that here we can have this element be white, but at like, I don't know, 20% or some shit. And that way we get like a proper transition for the fade thingy. But I don't know. I don't know. The reason why I don't like this. As I've mentioned before, anytime that you have an icon in Figma and you have it in a very specific styling, it's going to work for the next time that you're switching from one icon to the other. And this would be the only icon in the entirety of the set that is using a different fill system. So instead of having a full solid color of pure white, it now is using a full solid color of a fucking gradient. And therefore you end up with something that is different, and the transition between the two is just not going to work. So in order to achieve this and still have a full solid color, I would need to make it some sort of a gradient mask behind the icon itself. And I feel like it could work. It might be the easiest thing to do, but I also feel like in terms of construction, it might break shit. So, still gonna check because it's important to see, but I don't know. So we just basically create a mask in the background, make sure that it is in the background, add this as a angular gradient as intended, we place it properly where it needs to be, and then we make sure that this thing is not creating new spots every time. This thing is like at 0% potentially, probably, most likely. And then that we have another one right about here. So the transition is working. 0% around here. And then there is a mask. So now it's fading through. It's a vector that is masked. Ugh. And that means that if I get this in red, my bad, I get this in red, and then I say, let me switch that to our loader fade, it does work. So that's a good thing. But if I get my loader from here, so first we start with the loader and we say this thing is, sorry, this thing is green for now. And I switch to something else. It's working. So maybe the mask is an option. I don't like the idea of having a mask inside of my icons because I may have that at some point somewhere else, and therefore it's just gonna absolutely break. What? You know, why not? That could work. There might be other things that benefit from having a mask within them, and we might do that. Might be conflictual with other things later. We'll see. For now, I don't know. Not much. It's fine. It's fine. It's that I don't know. Right now, I don't know. It's wreck it later. Come back later to make sure that it's wrecked in the right way. This icon is not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be there. And then these three here. And then all of that here. Yeah, fine. One of the other thing that we said I wanted to do was getting that here. So ensuring that these don't exist anymore. I should just have kept one, to be honest. These makes no sense. So what I have here and what I kind of want to have there is getting the same plump when it comes to this. So that the icons are consistent across the board. That's pretty easy to do, I think. Just make sure every time that you're doing this that the points are at least touching. If you put them inside or like not exactly where they were supposed to be, you might end up in some cases with some edge bump, like the butt of the line kind of showing up. So we wanted to avoid that. But yeah. And then, because that is supposed to be centered, is it though? It's not. Damn. Damn. That is not what I wanted to do. I could just do that. And then this. I don't think this is a good idea, but it's fine. Yeah, so I'm seeing this and I'm like, ah, yeah, cool. So that means that these points are also not where they're supposed to be. Ah. We don't really like this, but it works. But it works. Let me just fix these two real quick. So, as I was mentioning, these butts being like not visible or too visible. Same issue, same ID. Also, I know I'm moving along fast. So if I do things and you have a question about it, please just ask. Just ask. Like, what the fuck did you do? Is a absolutely valid question to have. Sometimes I don't know what I did. And explaining it could help me and you. That is better. The only one that I kept that is not that rounded thing is the envelopes that are here, because we have a plump one, but then the plump version of the open one is weird, so I didn't do that. And then the other thing are the scan lines edges. I think we have two of them. We have one there, and we used to have another one somewhere else, but I don't know if I still have it. I don't think I do. I do right there. Like these ones are plump, but not this one, and I don't know if it makes sense. I feel like for QR code scanning thing, it might make more sense to have, but I don't know. It doesn't cost anything from my point of view here to just cut things. No plump. Plump, plump. Um, like if we cut right there, for example, if I get my point, even if I do that, that is not centered where I need it to be centered, so it's going to be somewhere around here. And I'm going to remove the rest just for now. Like I don't think this would work, mainly because of how heavy this is. Like it's too rounded compared to the rest, so I could just reuse these instead. But even then, I feel like this is going to be too bad. Yeah, it looks like a circle, and that was my main issue with it. So that's why I saved this instead. It's because it was too rounded. Too rounded. Anyways, that is working. That is good. We have most of our icons done, or at least the icons that I know that we will have a need for sure. These have been bumped to 3 points. So just bumping that to 3 points is very thick. I might change these to 3 points by default. Right now they are 2. And by bumping this to 3 points, I will lose details on the 60. I will lose details on the keys. I will lose details on these. Already have lost details on these. So not necessarily the best option to move it to 3. Maybe the arrows can be 3. Just because they don't have anything that bother them. Right? It's fine. Even pixelated is fine. So maybe I move the icons, the arrows to 3 just for the sake of the buttons. Unsure. Unsure. Oh yeah, dang. I forgot. That these are supposed to be scaling. If I don't make them scale, then we would end up with them being way too big in here. But also, I do think that, as I mentioned last time, I do think that the slot from Figma are not good enough for what they are supposed to be. So it doesn't work as intended. So that's something that I would need to work on at some point a bit. Is the target at least somewhere else? No, it's kind of in the center as well. I think you will not land. Ah, good. Unrigged. Watch me not make it this time. To be honest, 60 0 is pretty impressive. Cool. Unrigged. We unrigged it. We're good. we can finally do other things. Um, this is working. This is good. This is okay. This is the action button inside. So I do like this. I want to do this, but I know I can't do that in. You know what? It's Kotlin. Oh, I shouldn't have told myself this. This is a bad move. This is a very bad idea. So, Stony just said something in my head, which doesn't happen often, but it does happen, of the code is not CSS, and therefore I can allow myself to do things design-wise that I can't on the web, or can't easily on the web. And so if I wanted to just, take this and just for some reason add a white highlight. Um, God damn it. Like right there. I can. And that Kotlin is going to be able to do that pretty easily. This is a very bad idea. I'm gonna not do that. It's a very good idea design-wise, but I don't think in terms of design in the app and how it looks together, I don't think this is gonna work. So yeah, this is something that we're gonna check in situation later, not today. Not today. Platform is good. I think we do have YouTube, which is what we want. We do have Twitch. We do have Twitch. We have TikTok. I know that. I don't think we have Kick, which I don't care about, which is good. We have Twitter and X, so that we have things, or most of the thing that we have in the integrations, right? Bot account for Spotify. We do have it. YouTube, Discord, Kick. We don't have Discord. We do have Discord. We just don't have Kick. Uh. A pixelated version of this is going to be really bad. But why not? I mean, pixelated. Not pixelated. Lined version of this. It's going to be really bad. Heh. That's the official size, which is pretty aligned with the rest. So I do like that. If I there's a hole here. I don't know if it's exactly there. I'm gonna say it's exactly there, but I don't know. Uh, It looks like it. It looks like it. It's too big. It's too big. Um, that breaks the layout. If I move things, the amount of space that is supposed to be around it. I guess I can do that. It's not ideal specifically with that thing right there, but it does work, and it is aligned with the rest of the icons that we already have. So I guess this is going to be our option for now, until I'm just not liking it as much and have to do another one. Nonetheless, the initial question that I had was, what other components do I need? Because in the app, we don't have a ton of things. We don't have a lot more controls. And other than button and badges, I don't think we have the need for anything else. Like that's the thing that I'm questioning right now. It's just like, we are here. We have I could do that, but even then, this is not necessary. Not necessary as a component. Like there is no specific design that needs to happen for the page row or the section rows as components. Like these would be components if I was making the design itself within Figma, but because we are probably not going to do that, and we just have the design elements in Figma for the sake of the presentation and the export, then there's no need. Like we have the badge here, so that's good. We already have badges, we have text, we have maybe the avatar thing is the only thing that I need to design, but even then I'm not sure. All the buttons are there, the input filter is there. That's a different thing, we don't have it. Toggles, selectors, toggles, buttons. I guess maybe. And even then, like I feel like these are my primary and secondary buttons, which are like the ones that are going to be at the top. But the buttons that are here are going to be my action button, which are right there. So these ones are like 52 by 52, which is already massive. And then these ones are like 60 in height, which is big when you compare that to these things that currently, if it works, it doesn't work. God damn it. Are less than 60 for sure. So that's something that I need to figure out. But these buttons are the button actions as well. So what you're saying is that there might be a need for a primary destructive and an action destructive. I think these would be integrated in the same component anyways. But in order to not have everything just duplicated within the same thing, it might be easier to just create a new component from these two. Um, uh, yeah, it might work. It might work. Um, ah, okay. Uh, this one might be the only one that I don't know exactly how to do because we can't really have just the outline um, in. So I'm gonna take that instead, and then that there, which is really bad, by the way. What I'm currently doing is really not a good thing. Um, and then here, what we want to do is take the stroke to be white and the drop shadow to be white, I guess, as a selection thing. Um, it needs to be the opposite of the background if we have a light mode. So right now, because we are set to dark mode only, this doesn't really matter. Um, but yeah. What do you mean you get people doing the exact thing you told them not to do? What did I say? What did I say? Did I say something? What is it that I said that you think that border is good there? I guess the only thing that pisses me off right now is because we don't have variables for the colors. I'm just winging it, and that is not good. That no good. No good whatsoever. Do we have that same system? Yeah, that's the question here. Would it be better to do that instead? Kind of. Um, uh, yes, not really. The thing that I'm also, so first of all, yes, I agree with you. I'm tweaking the design in a way that is just like not the common behavior. The issue slash non-issue that I have is that if I'm using my current code behavior, that is what I like to do. If I just had This is gonna take a while to load again. I know that. I know that. Let's just run it. Um, if I were to add like a border stroke around the button of the encode, that's the that's the thing. Um, in order for me to get the effect that I want to have, I simply need to change one value, or not even. I simply need to use a very specific value in SwiftUI to get the output that I want to get. So if I give you, which is exactly the case already, my well duh section right there, which is this element right here, is currently using that effect. So if I get my, I guess here, my foreground style to use dot primary, it's going to be white right there. And if I switch from dark mode to light mode, it's supposed to switch, but because fucking this bitch is broken, it just like doesn't want to cooperate anymore, which is kind of sad. Gasface, good morning. How are you? How was your weekend? Let me just primary instead and just hope for the best on this. Dang. So I have the effect that I want to have because by saying that this has a foreground of primary, it's going to properly switch in between the two, which technically that frame right here with the background is what breaks it in dark mode. Simply because SwiftUI is intelligent enough to have like a primary text color scheme things that is predefined in the system, and therefore if I just give that to the system here and saying my destructive buttons are gonna use a primary color border, then in dark mode is gonna be black, in light mode is gonna be white. Sorry, in light mode is gonna be black, and in dark mode is gonna be white. God dang. And therefore it's gonna work. So it's not necessarily tweaking the design in order to make it work better. It's just like based on the system that I have in my head, it would work. But you're right in the sense that in CSS slash Kotlin slash other thing, I may have to tweak the design specifically for dark or light switch. I just don't remember if I have a similar thing for the automatic dark light switch in Kotlin for... I know I have one for Android with the dot surface modifier thingy for the colors, but I don't know if I have the opposite. So that's the I'm not tweaking the design, but I am tweaking the design. Yes. Yes, I am. That is my fault. So on hover, I think I want to light it up, probably like going up to 60, so that it's just lighter on hover. I also kind of want to just 90 instead, so less saturated, and maybe I'm just gonna go 55 instead. Nah, it's not gonna be enough. Not enough a switch, so I can go 55 on this one, 60 on this. It just desaturated a bit. On hover, it's just a subtle thing, so that's good. And then on click, we're going down, and we stay saturated, so we go to probably 40/45. I guess 40/45 is going to be good. Is this good enough? I need to look on another screen. This screen is too good. It's not good enough. Yeah, it's not good enough. Uh, or I think I'm right. I think I'm right. Uh, yes. So let me revert that. So what I have in my head right now is instead of using a linear gradient for my content here, I'm just going to use a solid color, which is my F05 regular red, raspberry red that we have. And that alone is going to give us our main color. And then I'm going to use my regular system for layering the status of the button by adding a layer to everything. And that is the only layer that's going to basically switch to give us the effect. So in black, probably with an overlay slash multiply could be good. If I do that, same thing. Always thinking about the feasibility and ease of feasibility in the code, so that I don't create things that are just like impractical. So multiply that does give us like a uh, very nice thing, because that way we can just highlight it and darken it on click, and that makes sense. And it's so much easier. It is so much easier. It is a very bright pink though, and it's not necessarily as red as it need to be. The reason why I'm building things like this is very important. It is because right here, for some reason, let's say that red is not good. This is not the red that we want to use, and we want something that is a bit more red and not more pink. Like this is very pink. I just need to switch like one thing, and the entirety of the button with the accessibility states for the status of the button are going to go through. So that is the reason for me to then move to something like this. So right here, for example, if I went to 350, which is very much red, then we are pretty good. And if I was to say this is too saturated for the rest of the app, I can just dull it down to like 80 in saturation, so that my most saturated is going to be on hover, and on click is still going to be visible and working, and it's not like bright in your face. I think this is pretty good. Also, I'm looking at this side because this side is the fucking shitty ass 19-inch LCD display, which gives me like bright ass colors, but realistic colors for most people and display. So this is a teeny tiny trick that works. So it's flatter, and I think it's working. And in my action button, I think we could do something based on opacity instead. Yeah, the reason for this, and I think I've mentioned that in the past. Not I think, I know I've mentioned that in the past, but still, it is important to iterate on that. Um, in the first place, the reason why I bought this one was because it was behaving as a TV for my PS3. So it needed to be fast response time, but not necessarily like the best colors or the best quality at the time. Didn't really matter, but it was still pretty good. This is a thing that I bought in 2012, 9, let's say 10, so that we are in the middle. And then it became my baseline for quality in enterprise. So basically, I know that like a big bank will not have studio displays from Apple for every employee. They will probably just buy the cheapest BenQ 19-inch, 21-inch screen that they can find in bulk, and it's never going to be the best quality thing. And so this is already a bit of a better quality than most displays for the time, but it's a very old thing. But that way I can see what a regular person will have as an output and ensure that if like the saturation on this bitch is very, very strong, if it is too saturated, I can just dull things down to not get too bright or too distracting. Even if on my Mac it looks really good, if it doesn't pass this test of low quality display, it doesn't go into the app. So that's the thing. That's specifically when we have an app that is going to be web-based and or desktop-based. If it's an app for iPhone, you can just have an iPhone and you're good. If it's an app for Mac, you can do the exact same thing. But if it's an app for Android, you want to have like one of the shittiest or lowest entry point price displays that you can get so that you can see if the thing is working, still good, still contrasty enough. And yeah, this one is good for that. It's a bit of an expensive one. It's not like the cheapest Android phone. It's like 320 bucks. So it's not like, it's not the cheapest, but it's not the most expensive either. And therefore I can test anything and be like, cool, this is good. Oh no, this is not good. That's the reason. E13. I might test that here. Might test that here with, I guess, 10. You know what? I guess 16. Yeah. um, welcome back. Mm. Just welcome. The only thing that I'm unsure about, is would that make more sense? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I don't mind it, but I think this is too bright for what we're trying to achieve here. So potentially getting it a bit more dull again with 48 and maybe 78. accessibility wise is kind of bad. Um, ah, let's do 20 on this and 6 on this. I don't think we would have a loading delete button. Dang. Not sure about this one. This could work. I am obviously tempted. Obviously. It would make sense. So the temptation is going from the fact that right now I have done the destructive button right here with an opacity-based system for the background, so that if at some point later, I don't know, we decided that this is going to be on top of other content, for example, it's still going to work in light mode and in dark mode, no matter what, and it's a very easy system to do. If maybe that's a bit of a the temptation is going to apply something similar here, because right now these ones are solid. I do like using solid colors because it would make more sense and it is easier to manage. But if we are using our white, which is kind of blue, as a starting point here and achieve something similar in terms of colors, maybe it could work. Maybe it could work. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Um, let me explore that for a split second. That's not what I wanted to do. So instead of really interesting, instead of that color, we want to use this, but we want to use this at like 6% so that we achieve similar value in terms of lightness on top of dark background. And then we want this to be roughly doubled. So 12% is going to be pretty good for the jump that we want to have. This one is going to be the exact same thing in terms of 6%. It's just like hovered. And then this is the thing that is kind of annoying, because on click, I have decided that this is black. So it's a switch from the original color to black, which is fine, but it's still a switch. And then these two are just there at 6% nonetheless. That's close. It is more. These ones are red based. That yeah, that one is red based. I can tell. Again, same thing. This is not something that a crappy ass display from 2010 is able to give me as something that I can tell. Specifically, they look almost identical on this side. I can kind of tell that this is a bit of a blue purple based, but that's it. And 6% was pretty good. I feel like maybe 8% would be better in order to just match them closer. It's not. Yeah, maybe. Maybe 8. Nope. That's a 7.5 basically. So 6 it is. 6 it is. Does that make sense? That's the question. Would that work if we decided to create that variation of this is our primary color white, and then therefore when we switch to primary dark mode, light mode, it switched to 1B or 2.2? I don't think it would work necessarily. Mm. It's the same issue as usual. Because we don't have variables inside of Figma for percentage of opacities, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to build this entire system within Figma, because at the end of the day, it's going to be used in here and built in here, and therefore uh, be easier to manage through that than creating it in Figma. So I feel like this is a waste of time. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Remembering and figuring out that something is a waste of time, it is a good thing. Am I not seeing this? I feel like this is supposed to be an image. Yes, yes it is. Yes it is. Um, give me more, give me more information on this. What is this? More work on. Oh, I see. Well, good luck. Good luck on that. Well, it doesn't have much to do. Like it has done a lot of things already. So if that's done and it's working right now, I'm guessing right now we don't know. Um, that's a good start. I guess. I guess. Oh, cool. So these are our buttons. Do I want a secondary destructive using these system? I feel like I do. I feel like I do. It would make sense. It would make absolute sense. Damn. Ah, I should have done that. Uh, yeah. I managed to get the proper outline on the logo in the screensaver. That is good. That is good. I I think I finished last week at 60. Either it was 67 or it was 76%. Um, so yeah, I'm not burning through things as fast as I wanted to. And right now, as I mentioned, because I got the $100 for free on Fable, I'm using Opus 5 to do most of the work and then checking the work with Fable. So it doesn't really count towards the usage. Um, but yeah. By the way, regarding the mail that you already have sent me, um, the this is not good, but you knew that. Uh, this is really interesting as well. I do like it. I do like it. And then this is interesting as well. I think the only stuff that I don't like is that top section that gives you the path. The rest is okay. There's a bit of accessibility issue with the name of the episode in purple at the top based on the theme. But other than that, that's pretty good. The only thing that I have a bit of a hard time doing here is reading because I don't know what that means. And therefore, uh, I don't know if it's like import, export, do something. I don't, I don't know. So yeah, nonetheless. And on this one, I don't like the icons that they have come up with. I like the principle of the icon. I do think that going through the brackets as system is a good idea, but I don't think most people would understand what it means, even with adoption, mainly because the people that are aware of what AI is, as in devs, see curly brackets as arrays and or other function, whereas regular people see curly brackets as something that is used for the code and not necessarily used for AI stuff. So I don't dislike it, but I don't like it as much as I should. And most importantly, the output, like the final renders that we have right about here. If I can go into like some of the other things, like right there, uh, it's kind of bad to me. Um, like it's Nishit, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? It's it's good, but there is something that tells me it is too chunky for what it's supposed to represent, and some of the edges are too thin. So what we have here, let me just do that. This is probably going to be 24 by 24. So let me just, let's do 32 by 32 just for the sake of, you know, ensuring. So that means please share whatever you need help on this shit. I guess. I guess size-wise, that's 32. So in order to make it like regular for my system, we're gonna be somewhere around here. Um, that in pixelated format in pixelated one is good enough, but this distance is not equal to this distance or this distance, and therefore it creates some blurs when it's too thin. So that is blurry compared to the two at the top. Obviously, right now they are not placed exactly on pixels. They are not exactly good, which makes sense. But still, um, so I have a bit of a beef with this, and that is kind of bad. Reminder that it's probably based on where you are watching the stream right now. This is probably going to be the size of things, and it is recognizable. Like it is something that we can recognize as icons, but at a small size from further away. Even with the stars on the side, I feel like this is going to be a yeah. It's probably going to be even smaller than this, but like just if you're on mobile, like that's probably the size. Um, but yeah, in reality, I mean, for me, it's probably going to be somewhere around here in sizes. So yeah, roughly. So it just blends in. I think the audio is a good one. I love the concept of the subtitle. I think it's a really good idea of presenting this as subtitle for just the lines, but with that icon, it just doesn't work. And then the mouse is not good enough, and the file feels weird. It just feels like it's a file within an array. But then again, this is probably because I have a bit of understanding, and yeah, mouse, yeah, like a mouse. Yes, yes. Is there any way to fast track Figma design to actionable prototype for complex flows? Currently, it takes a lot of times trying to create design prototypes for solution so to play with and provide feedbacks. Yes. So I'm gonna sound like a shill, but yes. Specifically right now, if you have a design seat, as in a paid seat on Figma, you can use the Figma agent to create the prototypes and create the Figma Make version of the prototype really easily. And as far as right now, as long as this beta badge is visible, it is free. So you should burn through Figma's token as much as possible by just using this until it's out of beta, because after that it's going to cost a ton. But this is going to be the easiest way for you to go through um, like prototyping and Figma make stuff. So right now we are in like the agent tab. It's basically going into Figma make and using the agent tab into Figma make. So the way to do that is I don't think we have screens um, that I can use to show you exactly how it could work, which is kind of sad. But it would require you to create like a new file that is a Figma make file, and then link an existing Figma context from there, and then run it through. In which case, you would not have prototype, you would have a coded output, and that would probably help. Uh, and you just need to explain what you need to have. So try that out. I feel like this is the best option. If that is not the the thing that you want to do, or if, as you just mentioned, it just tells you that it doesn't do prototype, creating a prototype not in Figma is going to be the easiest thing. So running something through Cloud Code / Cloud Design and giving it the instructions and just saying, this is the target, this is the thing that we're trying to achieve. So let's just build a prototype for this, is going to be easier than making the same thing in Figma. So that's for me. I would basically go there and just ask for an artifact / prototype, and then be done with it, and not care about the design itself, so that the stakeholders and the company people that needs to experiment and see if it works, you included, by the way, um, it's yeah, that would be the easiest thing. The one that I have, which are not great, but the one that I have here, that was so bad. Sorry, I just saw something. Let me just go back for 1 second. What the fuck is this? What? Who? Who greenlit this? Who said this was a good idea? ah. It, you know what? This is a great representation. This is a great representation of what cloud design is capable of, because this is 100% these cards, but worse, because these are good. These have like a nice personality when, when the user that have made them decided to take like one of the fun backgrounds and not just the icons. God damn, they are all in icons right now. That's crazy. Yeah, these shit, for example, that's fun, that works. But then this, god damn. Anyways, uh, so the the cloud design thing, this is from the first day, so it has evolved a lot since then, and whatever. But in here, I do have the ability to get through sub prototypes and see if, yeah, it is way better, and see how the thing is working, and check if that would work for me or not. Like, for example, when I did this, I was not necessarily sure of what I wanted to showcase in that view, so I asked it for 3 variations, and then it just gave me this, and I saw exactly like some of the presentations that they have for the rating sections, and I like this one, but it's not practical. this one is pretty interesting for the system, but it's not good, and this one is just boring as fuck. But at least I have something that just works that I can check and experiment with, and that works. So for me, this might be like the best option, um, to just attempt to create some sort of a prototype really quickly, and then get something to showcase to stakeholders that they can play with. So that's option number one. Option number two is going to be lovable for the same reason. And every time I'm saying these are going to be the best option is because they probably, unless you already have burned through, but they probably have enough in the free tier to create something that is presentable, not necessarily good, but presentable enough so that you can just show that to stakeholders, they can experiment with it, and then give you something that is feedback that makes sense to you, and then you can iterate on that if necessary. I don't know if I have, I don't have anything on Lovable here. The only one that I know I have access to is the one from Denny, and which Denny has changed the profile picture. This is crazy. This is not a good profile picture. Um, but fine. Let me see. Let me see if I can see that. V0 is an option as well to give you something that is potentially good, and then that one, which is, you know, um, a different system, but it kind of works. You have, that has changed a while ago already. Also, this is not supposed to be in there. That's not gonna go through. Let me just check something for 1 second because this is bad. This is very much cell dweller in my ear, which is good. I like it, but it is not supposed. I mean, it's supposed to be from here, and this is not. Hmm. Hmm. I just hope we were not listening to copyrighted music for the past few hours because that will piss me off. I think we were not, but goddamn. Nonetheless, this is something that Denny has created a long time ago now, and I don't think has worked on it, but it is a fully interactive, experimental thing where everything is working. You have access to the sub pages. Most of the sub pages are the exact same thing, but at least from a stakeholder point of view, they have something to play with, and it's it's good enough for you to showcase, and it's going to be good enough for them to give you some feedbacks, and then you can improve on it. But if you want the thing to be in Figma so that you have a place that you can iterate on faster and create the prototype faster, then your best bet is to just get better at prototyping in Figma, and then potentially like speed up some of the things. Like you don't need all of the details, you just need all of the buttons that are clickable to be clickable. But even then, this is not like the best option for stakeholders anyway. So yeah, I do think that uh, that's not the right thing. The Kane, work on it. The the make prototype or add interactions um could work. Could be good. Congrats on landing, god dang. God dang. Yes, face. Did you miss the target? Are you just gonna land next to the target, or are you gonna land on the target? That's the question. On the target. God dang. um I'm not making it right. Yeah, no, that's I am not. We have unrigged this thing. I landed twice in a row in the beginning of the stream. Like basically Phil's landed at that from the target, and then I just landed right after twice, and then Phil's landed, and since then I can't land anymore. This is just like not an option. So yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be good for classic and basic flows for sure. If you really need something that is like very much complex, the best bet is to just do it by hand. And like I don't even know if the make um add interaction. Well, these two don't exist. This is top level frame, so this is not gonna work. I see. I see. Well, get the fuck out then. So that's while hovering. And then let's just smart animate at 420 so that we have a base while I'm here. If I click, it goes there. And then if I, oh, you know what? Not on click. While pressing is the thing that we want to have. So that it just goes back, and then it's the same thing again. So yeah, like you really don't have a lot of options. I would say the best thing is to limit. So what I'm doing right now, for example, is not a good option for what you're trying to achieve. Like you want to not have sub-level animations because it makes absolutely no sense. And you want to ensure that when you are in your pages with all of the design, that when something is happening, it is happening. Because right now, if I go into Stoney's files, for example, and let's say I'm just loading this view, if it loads, any and all of my buttons there are going to be interactive. So if I am on here and I hover things, they are hoverable. If I go there, they are hoverable. I can click, I can do things, but the actual prototype itself is just like not doing shit. I would need to navigate to something else in order to just collapse and expand, but this is working, but it's not working. Like, as you can tell, like all of that is an issue because my components themselves are interactive by default. Whereas in reality, if we had like an active prototype here, it would work better. I see. Package delivery. So yeah, so that's you would basically need to do that by hand on the main page and not what I'm doing right here. The other thing that you can do is batch activate things. So for example, like right now, I just made a mistake. But you basically batch your effects and your transition to be good right there. And then you select your first thing, they all have a click and they all go to hover. And it's not an on click, it's going to be all a while hovering. And then the while hovering that we have here, it's not an on click, is going to be while pressing. It's going to go there. And that, because you selected most of them at the same time, you can change the action slash view value things from there. So that's an option. One of the things that I also mentioned or didn't mention from Forestone specifically here is the fact that I didn't do the entirety of the stack of the effects and the states for uh, the icon only. I should, but I didn't. And therefore, if we have like an icon only button somewhere in the app, which is the case, then it's not going to have all of the effects that are there for the prototype, but also based on the fact that we already have the app, there is no need for prototype. So, yeah. Um, Magic patterns, I don't think I have. Also, this is going to piss me off again. I have not. I have not. We talked about it. We talked about it at some point, but I have not checked it out whatsoever. I recognize the header section. It's a bit of a copy of something that we also have seen. But I guess it's the same thing as Magic Pass. In a way, which is similar. Yeah, you said Polynet earlier, but I don't know that either. So Magic Pass might be an option as well. Same thing, like most of these probably would have the ability to run in the free tier, like the trial periods to give you enough to do something about it. But if it's good, then you would need to keep paying, and therefore it's not as good. But yeah, Polymet. I don't like these. Okay, this is a very me thing, and I think it's anyone on the internet now. Legally speaking, here go work on it. How are you? They are supposed to have pricing there, and pricing is either here most of the times or at the top. But yeah, the fact that I can't check pricing, uh, like outside of the app, fuck off. I don't trust you. I will never trust you. Hugo, by the way, if you haven't, if you are, I don't know, we need to ban this person from the Friends of Figma Discord. They are posting scams. So if you have access to someone that is from the Figma thing, yeah, get that out. Get that person out. Yeah, they are currently sending screenshots of fake Mr. Beast tweets with fake websites and fake money success. So, yeah. Avoid. Avoid. It is a package indeed. It's a big package. Yes. Yes, it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. You couldn't do that in one message? Holy shit. Yeah, I tried. So I did the report thing of like right-click reports, but I don't think this report message goes to the mods. So I then mods, but then everyone is sleeping. So for the sake of, not distracting, yeah. But yeah, like I don't know exactly what I can do other than that. There's another one on Sake's Discord that I has been here since 2024, and every time that I see it is when I spam the thing, but then Sake is never here on stream, so I can't really point it out and say you need to delete this thing. So yeah, and I'm not a mod there, so I can't do it myself, which is so sad. Anyway, all right, yeah, it's the time. It's the time. We need a better thing here. We need a better thing. Specifically, the thing that is not working for me is the logo in the top right corner. Um, eh, because it's just like it feels cheap. And I think if we created some sort of a pattern that we can use as a background, it could be a better, like, it's there, but it's not there type of situation. I'm thinking of Cron, this pattern right here, for example, which is based on their logo that they used to have. Having something similar, you know, on top of. So you have the blurred version that slowly rotate, which you already have on desktop, and then you have that pattern on top as an overlay, which is not distracting. It's not screaming, "This is the app." And then there is the poster on top. I feel like this would work better. So that's a potential thing. Potential thing. Um, to be checked. To be checked. Also, Nisha, to close the conversation, I don't have any other options for you to get faster at prototyping in Figma, other than do more prototyping in Figma and combine your things when feasible, but also don't overdo the prototype in question. Maybe just simplify to what the stakeholder needs to do. But even then, this is like not good practice for uh, stakeholder reviews. The reason why I'm saying it's not good practice is that if I'm giving you a prototype that has one path and you can only click on the thing, then you have 100% success rate. And because there are hints on the Figma file of where they can click, you will, like, basically they will know what to do. Whereas if you give them like a prototyped version in code that is doing that has the interface but isn't fully working. So the example here is define, or technically the demo at define, if it's still working and available. Like that thing is a coded prototype of the app that they have made, but it doesn't do shit. Like if I want to create like a new mail, I can create a new mail. If I want to go into one of my smart folders, I can do that. But it doesn't. It's not true. Ruru, welcome in. How are you? How was your weekend? It just works. Like that's the thing. So if the stakeholder is looking at things and clicking on stuff and being like, oh, I want to see this thing, and then you give it this would be a list of calendars events, but because this is a prototype, this is not going to work. Or if you click on settings, you have this. Like this is just a prototype thing. It's a, it's an easy, fun addition just to make sure that the stakeholders knows that, okay, this is a prototype. I can click on everything, but it eh. So yeah. Um yeah, I get that. I get that. That's a new, sorry, I see that detail with the logo being bent. That's it's a nice addition right there. The small detail. Anyways. Um, so yeah, I understand your position on you can't really do it because you can't go as fast, but in a way you kind of need to go as fast, which is sad. Um, and I feel like even if it's crappy looking, it's better than nothing at all, or not something in the expected range. I would say the other thing that you can do if they are expecting things in hours instead of days, just remind them that it takes more time. Like that's also kind of your position in a way to just say, well, yes, we can do things, but I have other things to do in order to make this project work, and therefore, um, you know, yeah. Um, you can ask AI to build something within your Figma file based on your design system. Like the one of the things that you can do is be here, ask the agent to create a page based on another existing page, and then once the agent has created like all of the variations of the pages and all the flow, you create the interactive things. But other than that, yeah, that's basically it. Like you don't really have another option. So not the best. Not the best. So yeah, there's just build a thing in Figma, take the time that you need, remind the stakeholders that it takes more time than they expect, and that um, if they want something that just works and fits the business and the design that they already have, then it's gonna take like 2 days and not 2 hours. And if they want something in 2 hours, it's not gonna look like what they are already looking at in the apps. So like they need to choose in between the two. It's either it doesn't look like it and it's done in 2 hours, or it looks like it and it's done in 2 days. But yeah, other than that, um, mm, mm, I see. So this is the dashboard version of the dashboard. This is the mobile version of the dashboard. Uh, the dashboard version of the dashboard. Yes, 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 for sure, for sure. Um, I don't think it's a good idea. I said that before. I don't think it's a good idea, but you know. Also, why do you have different size screenshots? That makes no sense. Makes no sense. Um. Uh, well, this one works kinda. Um, that's better. It's a bit better. Privacy. I see. I see. Good privacy screens. I see. Good job. um, good. I'm impressed on this one. Having plus minus on both sides is that's a good move. That's a good move. Um, text is a bit too strong and too level scrollable. I'm guessing tags at the top might be a bit too complex, but it's fine. It's a lot of content. That is and was the reason why I was saying putting that on mobile is potentially a bit too complex because of how complex it is and how much content there is in there. And that proves my point. Basically, that's a lot of content. So yeah, but it works. The uh, From a user point of view, it might be a bit too tight. So these rows, for example, I know that your screen specifically, you are in the lowest density possible every time. So there might be a bit of a difference in regular people's phone. But nonetheless, this could benefit from like half a row more of space just so that users can't mistype or mispress a plus on encoder or plus on library if they press in the middle. Technically speaking, they shouldn't, but based on sizes, it depends. So ensuring that like all of the buttons are at least 32 in height, and then that they have almost 8 top and bottom around it, so that you end up with something that is 40 something for each row, could make things easier in terms of accessibility, but it also will make the full page like very much longer than what they currently are. These things are tight as well because of the length of the titles, I think. So that's not necessarily a good thing, but it is like same issue. Having a bit more space vertically makes sense. This is not good. I would have a filter button that opens um like that opens all of my filters options. So next to the search logs, having a filter by or something like just a filter icon that when pressed there is a sheet from the bottom that shows up with all of the tags available, and that would trigger reordering in the background like you do on Amazon. Makes a lot more sense. The rest is fine. This is okay, but not great, but okay. Yeah, mostly like the checkbox is debatable in positioning. Other than that, that's fine. That's fine. And then this one is fine as well. Like it's the same issue. It's just like this the height. The one that I saw earlier, which is this one, is a bit weird. Um like it's as you just mentioned, yes, it is functional. It's not really what you expect if you are someone that is using the the desktop version. Um because on desktop you see the thumbnail of the libraries that you had. Um, but it works. And as mentioned, as a first pass on something that is that complex, then yeah, it makes sense to get like these things to work. The only thing that we can work on is that section. But before that, let me go grab a thing. I'm so hurt. Everything is hurting. My bones are hurting. I don't think that goes through. That's what I think. So in the do I have a logo section? I do. Didn't I do one, by the way? I feel like I have a memory of me doing something similar to that at some point when we did these things. Apparently I didn't. Let me just get one out, further out. Even this would make a lot more sense than what we had a second ago, but there is a label on this. I see. I see. It's an interesting system. Would this work? Like a shit like this on your on the background here being like so much more subtle than what you currently have makes a lot more sense to me. The other thing that kind of would make sense if we wanted to, and this one is potentially not the best option because of how it's been built, um, but would be to do that instead with like that maybe. I know you probably didn't want subtle. The issue that I have with it is that it is bad. um, I know, but that's why I'm saying it doesn't make sense to have this thing to be like so big and just there. Um, like if you want it to be like not subtle, I don't mind um I don't mind it being like let me get that. I wouldn't mind that. Even though what I'm about to do is something that you would probably never do. Um I I wouldn't mind having like an effect like this. That just is there as a waiting time or whatever. Because this is like not necessarily something that you want. But I know that if you just did as I just did a second ago, we do that again. But this time here. Um, that was so close. can't they? But if you don't want uh subtle, like I again I wouldn't mind this instead as a scaling thing, and then maybe you get it like a bit of a 24%, 32% in the background, so it's there. The logo is there, it's present. You would remember the logo. It could also like move at the same rate as the background itself. It doesn't obstruct the thing, but it works. Um, so that even on desktop and TV, like I I would mind this less. That's not true. Mind this less um than write this. Like I I prefer shit background like this than a single one stuck in the corner. Like that makes no sense to me. Specifically on how strong it look and how out of place it looks. If it was centered, it would be better. If it was top of view, it would be better. If it's just like single, but like bottom right is where you don't want thing to be. Like it's the place for chat and other things on the website. It's the throwaway corner. It's not where you want your logo to be. You want your logo to be in the top left or the center, top center, or potentially middle, like bottom middle. But most of the time, your logo is going to be in the top. So that's why I don't like it how it is. If you just place it in the center at the top, I don't mind it. I know that it's not feasible here, so that's why if you place it at the top left instead, it makes more sense. Again, I think we had that discussion last year. Um, it's all in the readability or reading patterns of the users. They go most of the times from left to right, and therefore if they have no mercy, and then the content, it just makes more sense. It's fluid. It's fine. We had that discussion, and I said um, movies on No Mercy as an option to have it at the bottom right, but I still feel like it is better to have it at the top left, just for where people are expecting things to be, and logo are usually in the top left, and therefore it would make more sense. And it just this one is just wild to me. This one is just so bad because it is like any chatbot addition, intercom, whatever, that I just like it just make it a lot of sense. Um, but yeah, no, that makes no sense. Put it there. Put it at the top. Put it at the top. Again, it's the throwaway corner. That's the reason. That's the reason it pisses me off. Um, you want it to be visible, therefore make it visible where people are expecting it to be. But this is not bad. Again, this is. I'm not saying that the single placement alone is a bad thing. I'm just saying the positioning is a bad thing. I would rather have more logos and or more subtle things because it doesn't really matter. Uh, like to me specifically here, this one is a great representation because of how colorful it is and how this doesn't match because of the color scheme, but it's fine. I would almost, and you disagree with me on this one, and I don't care. But I would rather have uh this is so broken. I would rather have this instead, like right there on my TV slash computer slash whatever. It did a fucking 360. God damn it. I would rather have this as a subtle thing that is like, this is where it's coming from, but I don't want to bother you anyway. This is, you are currently using the app, and I know that, and it's there. Um, so to me, this would be better in terms of placement, in terms of plenty of things. Again, it's not visible because the goal is not to make it visible. Um, and it's just like, even if we did this to be like a bit more highlighted, it could work, but still. Um, so nonetheless, for my specific taste, I would have the logo as a subtle thing. Not even, to be honest, not even with that, and not even with the text underneath. Would just have the No Mercy alone. Just the name, no icon, nothing, as an embossed things in it, and that would make a lot more sense, just because it is cleaner overall. But you know, it's it's fine. God damn it. Like that to me, on a TV or on a computer, makes a lot more sense because you are on the app already. Like it's the I mean, I don't know. I don't want to have the logo of the thing that I'm using in my face all the time, and therefore, specifically on screensavers, I don't see the point. But that's a me thing. So you know, I just not do that. I just not do that. Nonetheless, um, still having the logo in there is an option, and if you want to have it, it's fine. But yeah, um, at least place it in the top left. At least place it in the top left. It's just like, it doesn't make any sense. It's it's the throwaway place. That's why I'm like, I don't like it. Like if I go into any like big dribble account or any other thing that have like, god damn, that's an ad. I clicked on the only ad on the page. Oh my god. If I go on the profile, you have this thing here, which is the go back to top, and then you have the chat on the other side. So these two spots for me are 100% like taken by things that are just there. And no one wants to click on the chat. and no one looks there for that reason. So yeah, Tonton, work on it. I had a thing for you. I had a thing for you. How are you? How was your weekend? On Friday, you asked me a question, and then something happened, and I didn't answer the question. You asked about the radius formula, I think, and it just went away. Everything else disappeared. Um, and the formula is simple. You have um, you have that. That's the that's the formula in question. Um, and in the code for me, it's exactly this. So uh, basically, what happens is that I have a, a design system file that takes one value of like outer is defined, inner is not defined, and padding is defined. And when I'm trying to define this thing, I'm just saying it is the equivalent of outer minus padding. So because I know that my card padding is set to a variable that is um, set for that thing specifically, then it's just going to work. So yes, they are just CSS variables. Technically for me, they are not CSS, but yes. um, it's uh, it's basically just CSS variables, and it's just like a set of variables that you have. The the thing that you want to have in place, at least for me, is the component in question that I want to play with takes on the variable as a property. So um, it has the variable in, and then it's reusing said variables within the component itself. It's kind of sad because I don't have the SwiftUI files in question. Um, that that works, but yeah. Um, yeah, and for you, if you're just using the ShadCN things, it's not going to necessarily work because your ShadCN things are going to be basically this. I mean, not exactly, but like basically this is the thing. You start at 0, and then you go into uh, probably 4, and then you have something. I guess let's say 12 for the sake of presentation, and then you go into something that is probably going to be at 24. And then you have the last one, which is going to be 4. So that's going to be like something like that. I'm exaggerating, obviously. Um, but these kind of only work when you know them. So if this is 4 and this is 12, you can only put a 4 within a 12 if you have roughly um, 8 point of spacing. So if I put one of these here, put it in red, and then I place it like that, I give it a 4, so like your SM. The only way for me to ensure that this is working is to make sure that this element is at 8, 8, because of the formula that says, well, 4 plus 8 equal 12. Therefore, that's the only position that I can do. So even with ShadCN, you can kind of achieve it, but it is some sort of a calculation on your end. And it's just like, oh, on that card, this is the padding around the content. That's about it. You can do the exact same thing here, for example, with 12, 12, if you have a 12 color radius right there. Because this thing being 24, 24 plus 12, or 24 minus 12 for the padding is 12. Therefore, you're good. If you wanted this to be like more in, you could move it in a bit more, like 8 point, and then get it at 4, and that would work as well. So you have options and you can calculate, but it's a matter of knowing where things are, and that might not work all the times. That's the only thing that I could say. Um, I guess this one, if I say 4, I mean technically this one is supposed to be at 0, and right there for the. But yeah, if you are bound to the t-shirt sizing for your corner radius, then yeah, you don't really have a choice. Um, you can fix that with the padding, which is an option, which is good. But I guess it's just knowing the code. Is it demo dot? I forgot. Preview. Yes. Damn. God damn. That is slow. Um, Basically right here, you have that container that has, I mean your parent containers. That's your parent container. Your parent container is getting a rounded Excel. It is. It was. Um, so you get a rounded Excel, which is the equivalent of what a radius of 20. 20 pixel is apparently border Excel, rounded Excel, meaning that if you want your content here to be good, this card specifically, which is currently taking I can't read it. Rounded LG, so you have a rounded large on this one, and that is 14. I agree. I agree. It was a nice freeze frame. Uh, it was a nice one. I agree. It's because I'm touching shit. I shouldn't touch. As always, as always. Anyways, did you take a screenshot at least? Please tell me you took a screenshot. Which means that this section right about, oh my god, this is shit. Right about here, you need to have your main container that is right there, which is the thing that takes that wild positioning. Yeah, your padding 4 is basically not good. You need your padding to be and you are using a calculation. You need a padding of 6 in that specific department, which means that you have you are supposed to get a padding of 0.45, roughly 0.3, yeah, 4.2 or something. So it's not um, great. That's such a weird system that you have right there. This is not the padding in question that I was looking for. I guess your system is weird to me, and therefore that doesn't work. But you basically need like a spacing of 6 instead of a spacing of whatever you have right now. And also, why is this bitch not working? Like, why is you just dead? Why is you just dead? Is it because this is a fucking Canva again? I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, apparently your website is breaking my cursor. So now we have a broken cursor again. God damn it. Oh my god. So sad. So sad. I saw it on my phone. No. I can't. So that's the thing. Riley, I can't flip my desk. It's bolted to the wall. So um so I can't flip it. If I did, I would yeah, I can't flip. Can't happen. Can't happen. Anyways. Um, so yeah, you can either do a 2XL. I don't know if you have it. That's the thing. If you do have on the container itself, like on your parent container right there, instead of getting a 1XL, you get a 2XL, which is the other option. That could work. I don't think 3XL is a common thing. Appreciate it. Appreciate you putting back the table. But right there, look at it. Look at how cute it is. But that's one of the things that you can do. If you are stuck with the tailwind padding, corner radius, and so on, you can manage of finding the correct one for the thing. And sometimes it involved changing the outer, sometimes it involved changing the inner. Most of the time, if you want consistency across the entire thing, you want to get a single variable that you use across the entire thing. So your like right now I'm set to 3XL, which is kind of massive as a corner radius. The other things needs to have it as well. So your containers, like that container right there, which is currently set to rounded XL, needs to get rounded 3XL. Your container right here, which is your sidebar system, which is right about I guess right about here, needs to get 3XLs as well. And then the one that did on the other side, same thing. And that's like one switch to fix a very simple issues that is like right here. Is it true for everything? Would it work for like these things in terms of placement right there? Are we good? We are kind of good, to be honest. Like that, it's a bit too big. The gray one is a bit too big. But it does work. and maybe that's the direction you want to go for. I don't know. But that's what you can do nonetheless. You can kind of move around your tailwind things and your Shatsian predefined values, and then use the one that corresponds to the formula without having to use the formula itself. Um, that is going to be the easiest thing for you to put in place. It is, however, going to take a bit of calculation in your head to figure out exactly which one it is, and sometimes some attempt to figure out exactly like how things are working or not working. But right now, from what I just did, in order to get your inner section to be corner radius concentric, then yes, um, then this is an option. But yeah, other than that, you currently hate. That's not what I wanted to do. You hate this? Small figure currently is attached in scroll component, but it looks bad. What should I do to make it look better? And you're saying especially the light theme is bad. You don't like that. I'm guessing you don't like this. Why? First of all, why? um, specifically here, yeah. Okay, so I guess I don't know exactly how it's built in Shatsian. Um, all I know is that I made fills, put it in place here, and it is broken. It's not supposed to work like this, but it does work like this, and it's fine. And I did add it here. The thing is that the I mean the main difference that I have is that first of all it's a lot longer than what you currently have, right? It's a way longer thing. Also, if I go into light mode for this, because of how soft it is, that transition from the top to the bottom of the gradient in question, and then here as well, that changes a bit. Again, I don't know exactly how it's built in Shadcien, but what I know is that it is, I think, it's a gradient mask and not a color overlay. So I don't know exactly what you have here, if it's a color overlay that goes on top or if it's a gradient mask. If it's a gradient mask, then you just need your mask to be a bit more elongated and or softer in the transition of appearing. That's the sort of thing. Um, like right now, it looks like it's 100% at the top and basically inheriting the background color, which is white, which is fine. Um, but that's the thing that you might want to switch with. Uh, maybe not having. That's an option. Uh, let me do that. Let me show you. Um, going back to. I hate Figma in light mode. Back to. I think here. I think that's the file. I think that's the file. Yes, it is. So instead of um also I took the one that is using a 32, which is 3XL, and not the correct behavior. But yeah, right now, for example, you have this with your header container, which is, I think, the floating elements that needs to pop in. So it is currently 44 in height. If you just make it like 80 in height, it's going to be more interesting nonetheless. But the thing that I would change, personally speaking, on this view is ensuring that instead of having your main container and then that's wild. I need to figure out where that is. Is that the main thing? No. Is that the main thing? No. Is that the main thing? No. Oh, that's here. Okay, cool. So instead of having my container with the background gradient in the background, I would put it somewhere else. So instead of being here, I would make this thing float instead of like being within a, I mean, it's currently within a floating container, but like I would make it float somewhere around probably here, to be honest. Um, and then put that back to the top and ensure that it is behind everything. And then that container or that one, or I'm looking for the one that has the background. That's the one. I would make this, so the main container that has the data and the information, absolutely transparent, and then use that the fucking amount of frames that you have in there is crazy to me. Uh, use that specifically because everything is in absolute positioning because of how Figma is exporting it. It's not a you thing, don't worry about it. Um, let me get to where things are. So that's my container right here. And the only thing that I would do is this thing should have somehow a mask in there just on the content, but the header gradient thing should not move in my eyes. Like this is the type of thing that would be unsticky. It is part of the card itself, but even then, right here, without like the blur effect on the edge, I don't mind it. You all carded. I feel like this is already a good enough system for the scroll thing. There might be some issues with accessibility right here because of the colors, but that's fine. Um, but yeah, like overall, I would have this with a fade. I just wish that was a fucking thing. It's not. It's a feather, like feathering the edges on this element, specifically on scroll only. And I did this here, which obviously I can't show you. God damn it. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I did this here. This would work. uh, no, it wouldn't work because I don't have it open. Oh my god. I can't show you. Ah! um, I think I did that here as the presentation. And it was on page 2. Yep, right there. So it's basically the same system, but horizontal. But basically what we have is we have our gradient mask that is opposited on both sides, and that is outside of the viewport. And then when we are starting scrolling, or when something is outside of the edge of the thing, which is for you, is going to be the bottom, is going to be outside already, and then the top isn't. But when something happens to scroll past the top edge, this thing is going to slowly come in and gives you this fade that is pretty nice. So it gives you this thing with the nice fade at the top. The first thing that I would say is that if you bump the the size of your gradient by like 2x times 2 would be pretty good. If you keep is kind of not necessarily the best option, but like if you keep the gradient at the top right there, um, on scroll, like let's say that's the thing that you want to do. So let's scroll in, and then instead of keeping it at the exact same value, you can just debump it to like, I don't know, 50%, 40%. So it's still there. There's still like a bit of a vibe of what it is, but it's less visible and it still works in terms of accessibility and contrast ratio and shit. You can make it like way lower if you want to. You can go into 24% if it's just like, if that works for you. But this is a thing that could potentially work. At least for me, it would work. Oh my God, I clicked on something that is way too deep in that whole system. Um, that container is what I want to have here. Let me get that. That's the container. Okay, cool. Cool. Um, eh. Okay, cool. Um, if I do this with, we don't really care, by the way, um, with that, and then we ensure that this is at 0 and this is at 0. That's the main goal, so that we can then move this to like 25. 25 is going to be crazy. Don't do that. And 75 here. And then we use this as a mask for the content. Like that fade in the transition itself is like basically what you want to have. Right now, obviously, 25 is way too strong. But if you put it at like 15 and then 15 at the bottom, so that's 85, you get something that is cleaner than your current state of things, which is roughly, oh my God, every time. It's roughly like 5%. I feel like 5 to 10%, not even 10. I think it's probably 8%. Um, on both ends, and the transition itself is like very brutal from one place to the other. So you also don't have, or you lose the top container, so you end up with that very harsh white line. I think that's similar, um, based on what I get here. So in order to avoid that very harsh white line at the top, getting the content to be masked and not the background to be masked is a pretty good option. Ensuring that your header with colors is sticky-ish. You can have it with a bit of parallax, maybe, that you scroll a bit lower or slower than the rest of the page. Could help. And then if you have the ability to extend your header transition section from chassis and thing, then maybe that would help to just get something that is visually cleaner. But yeah, I feel like that's a potential. I also see these colors being like kind of bad for accessibility in light mode. Um, what? Yeah, it should change. Um, nonetheless, nonetheless. Yeah, having that in sticky would help. That corner radius is pretty good. Ah, it's shit again. Do you do you mind it at the bottom? Um, no, I haven't. I don't. I don't. Hmm. Oh, you have your length of array that is right there, but it doesn't really impact things as far as I'm always just like the function, which is your scroll fade, which is supposed to be the thing, and then that's all it is. That is good. It's just that the transition is bad. So, oh, I know what it is. Okay, let me let me show you. Let me show you. Cat, hi. How are you? That's the wrong thing. How's the day going? Um, you bought the first Christmas gift today. This is crazy. This is crazy. Cat, it's crazy. That bad. So, what you currently have, if I'm not mistaken, is this. Basically, when your scroll is non-existent, this is what's happening. So it's right there, and then it's extending to reach its endpoint. And what we want to have, they're just like making it smaller and so on. What we want to have is not extending, but moving out. So as I showcased earlier, we basically want to have our gradient mask to be outside of the viewport thing, and then it slides in instead of extending in, because you end up with that ugly ass transition right there in the center. Um, if I just give you that, that's basically what we see. We see that ugly ass thing. Whereas if we did that here, the amount of transition that we have is just like it's subtly coming in, and it doesn't really harshly change the content. Technically, at the bottom, it would be there by default, but it's just like just sliding in instead of that harsh transition. So it's a compressed um scroll fade thing, I think. So yeah. Um I yeah. I get it. I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. Um Take care of your class, by the way, Cat. um It still seems to have that transition extension. You can kind of see that here, and I'm guessing if I'm in light mode, it's kind of, unless you don't have like a full rebuild that gives me the live version. I don't think so. I think this one is kind of strong, but yeah, if on your end it makes sense at 28, then yes, yeah, yeah. I see. Well, then you don't have you're not Stony. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stony does that in 3 seconds. That's it. um, it's gas face. It's common. It's common. Don't worry about it. There's just a smidge of something on the edge somewhere that is off balance, and you're like, is it that thing? Is it that thing? Why is that unbalanced? The thing that I've seen most of the time is that the text is impacting a lot of the perception, and specifically if you have like a T as a first character, or W as a first character, you end up with that amount of like white space right there that is just um, unbalancing shit, and it's annoying. You have kind of the same thing if you go with like an A, but because it's like more in the bottom corner, that amount of white space is not as much distracting as the rest. So depending on your text alignment, you might end up with something like this that just gives you some visual misalignment. Um, yeah. Uh, so this is a good time to think about it. I'm not gonna lie, this is a good time. If in your head you're like, I've seen this too much, I don't think it's good, we need to change it, and you have 0 users, or maybe like just 4 people that are testing the app with you, this is the right time. I appreciate that. This is the right time to say, well, fuck it, let me just redesign the entire navigation system right now before I publish it, because something is off. I don't like it. And I know that if I publish it, I'm gonna have to live with that navigation for a bit. And if I then just change the navigation the next month after release, for example, some users are going to complain. So if I wanted to avoid complaints, maybe just stash this navigation system somewhere in the code and just say we keep it for safekeeping just in case, but let's rebuild the entire thing in terms of how it's been composed and built, but also how it works, and then see if it works better. Like again, this is the type of thing that uh, LLMs are good at, and this is the type of work that you would delegate to an LLM and an AI assistant. I appreciate that. I will check that in a second. Because it's just like it makes sense. It's this thing is good. It's working. We just want to stash it and then use a different layout builder because something is off and I can't put my finger on it. And if we just rebuild the thing, like as I showcased with the Criteria cards that I have on Perfume right now, I basically have. Oh, I see. I basically have. Uh, I had it in the card, and I said, "This is good, but I wanted. I feel like it would be better if it was um, in a different format, like not the thing that we had in the first place." And then um, I said, well, this is a better thing in the card, but like it feels off. Like let's put it in the page itself. And when I put it in the page, I was like, this is better, but it creates a navigation kind of dilemma for the user because when they are clicking on skip, the cards are supposed to appear, but also because I'm loading the app with a pre-loaded card, it just doesn't make sense. So it's just easier to not uh, like do that. So I revert it, but nonetheless, all that rambling to say, I didn't have, or I haven't published this to the users yet, and therefore I had the ability to just move around on the usage, and then um, now that I published it, or at least I'm waiting for Apple to review things, um, then yeah. Well, you have an obviously unbalanced thing right here. I don't know if the good morning is supposed to be on two line gas phase, but that's the first unbalancing thing that I see. The second unbalancing thing is that even though you have your search bar centered on the page, because of the amount of weights that you have around here, this feels empty. And it's kind of the opposite on the, not the opposite, but the exact same thing on the second line, because you have less information here than you have there. Therefore, the balance is just like everything that is around here is very empty, and everything that is around here is very heavy. So if you can, maybe simply moving the search bar to the other side, um, we'll see soon, could give you enough to, do something about it. So if you get that, for example, that's not going to be good. Um, if you get that, that's already a bit better because you have like the scam is just you use your points for nothing. You can do that if you want. uh, uh, like that's the first thing that I would do. Um, in order to just align thing and weigh things down, there might be a bit of a switcheroo to be done, but also potentially uh, something like damn it, something like this could be an option. That's a scam. To basically get like your search bar to be a bit slimmer than what it is. It's an option. Um, that is an aesthetic as well. Yes. And then the other thing that pisses me off here, personally speaking, is this. I feel like now that we have this like so, you could easily, not really, but like easily do that. Damn. Damn. If that's an option. Um, like that balance your, that's a bit too much. That balance your weight around here and your weight around there, and then you have like a, a small big small, so that it gives you that diagonal in the center, which I think is a better option. Um, but yeah, it's not necessarily just grayscale. I think if you let me just go there so that I can show you exactly what it is. Um, if I have, did I not name it properly? I probably didn't. Yep. Um, if I go here, because it might be a bit of a better thing. Um,
Bad, Aoa, bad.
this is a bit of dithering and grayscale and all of the other effects that are in there. Um, so that makes sense. The other one that we like is the glitch because it's more fun. It has a lot more colors and it also has like some effect on the edges and the things and the whatever. So these ones are fun additions, but they don't really work at a small scales ish. That's the wrong button. Um, so yeah, it looks grayscaled, kind of. So I know I wouldn't be able to name layers here. uh, question about this section though. What is the what are these like full time, monthly, weekly type of thing? Is that like presets for time periods? Is that what it is? It feels like that's the only potential option for that. Um, type of database search. I see. Eh, yeah, yeah. I feel like this is. I feel like this is cleaner if it's an intranet and it doesn't really have a responsive um sizing that you need to be like taking care of, then this is pretty good. Um, are these limited as well? Like, are these always going to be three and that always going to be four? Because if it is viable, then there is other things to change to make sure that it works. Otherwise, eh. Mm. Yeah, I think that balances it. God damn it, I should have never done that. Oh man. Oh man, I did. I made a mistake. I think that helps when you get them side by side. Um, it's, I am like 100% skeptical about that row. I feel like it might be an issue in the future, mainly because of how it could grow. Again, I don't know yet, but could. And right now, I just saw that this is wrong. Yeah. Bit of an undershoot would be okay on this. Much better. Uh, they have, I've just said 6 items on the left and 4 on the right. So two more on the left and one or two more on the right. The thing is, based on your privacy filters, I'm guessing these have variable length, and therefore six of these or six of this would not give you the same. Like six of this would end up on the other side. Six of this would be basically in the same length that what we currently have. So the variability in length is a bit of an annoying thing. Um, though you can have an and two more, you know, um, like showing X amount of tags, and then when you are clicking on it, it expands like a bit of a menu that shows you all six potentially. Not the best, not the best option, but yeah, it could work. Nonetheless, I do still think that this is a tad better. It could even be shorter overall. Um, Getting something along the line of these three in length equal here could work, depending on what the users are going to type there. You need like more or less length, and that's the only thing that you need to care about, to be honest. So yeah, yeah. Well, nothing stops you from doing just that. Can I do just that, by the way? I don't think I can. um, this is gonna be bad. This is this is gonna be bad. Don't worry about it. Let me get a stroke that is top and bottom one, and then you did then black. It seems you have something that is a 2 for the sake of presentation. Um, so, God damn it, nothing. I knew that would happen. Um, Nothing stops you really from making sure that when the user is starting to type, this is growing. Like it's not the best option, but it works, right? You can have that system that just says on default size before the user is even starting to type whatever. This is like tiny. And then when they start focusing on that input, it just grows to take the available space so that they have enough space to type whatever. This, however, I don't like it because it creates some layout shifts, but it works. And therefore, it could be good. I don't know. Um, but if you just, you know, do that, like 200 on default, 400 on 200 on default is way too thin, way too thin, way too small for what it is. But yeah, something like this could work. I guess the only thing that I would do is ensure that it doesn't past the midpoint of the website. Otherwise, it's gonna create that imbalance again. So you kind of want to get like the diagonal to be roughly, I would say, at 45 degrees. Like that's the thing that you want in the center. Um, like that's the zone that is here. So if you are currently at like 400, you are going in roughly, and this is like that's the middle point. So for me, that would be like 380, which is basically 400, and that whole thing is already like a 1600 width, so that's not necessarily a regular screen sizes. Um, but yeah, yeah, I do just think that they would have a strong opinion as well. Um, so yeah, not passing through is a good thing. I feel like you can get to your 450. Uh, take care of yourself, Stoney. And that would be okay. That way you have like a two separation that would ensure your alignments in things and your visual like weights on stuff. Feel like this is pretty good, kinda. That kind of, yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. At least that's the pattern that I see in my head. So yeah, yeah. You're welcome. Um, it's but it's simple enough. It's monochromatic, which is good. And with the thing that we changed here with the good morning being like a one liner instead of a two liner, that means that your header could potentially get a bit smaller in height, not by much, but potentially match the gray section that is underneath, so that you get something that is a bit more condensed at the top, and then your content has more space to breathe. Obviously, I don't have the content, but yeah, no, that could work. That could work. Always. Um, am I correct in saying I haven't said shit yet? Am I correct in saying travel site hero header banner situation is a similar thing in the ID? Like you have this thing at the top, and then maybe you have like a bit more content underneath or on top. Like once that's the landing page, but like once you have select something, this is growing and setting itself as a hero slash section at the top. Is that would that be correct? Um, that's the result page. I don't think result page would work, but it's basically that section at the top with all of your settings and sections and shit, and then you have all of your judiciary things underneath. Yeah, I guess you could take some inspiration from these. Not necessarily in terms of design, but in terms of layouts. Because like it could work. Like it's basically you have this at the top and then the text underneath or the content underneath. Obviously, it's not as polished and visual heavy because it's not a travel site, but there is probably yeah, I was about to say I can't type this word anyways. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. On dribble. On dribble. Oh my god. Sorry. Uh, yeah. You're kind of stuck with a very specific type of design anyways. Like you don't have a ton of options. No, it's just an old thing. I'm guessing this is like, oh, it's not old, it's 2023. Oh my god. I thought it was like these dates, 2009. If it was a 2009 thing, then maybe it is. Or no, 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 no. There's no feedbacks. There's no there's no info. Uh well, fine. It's just old. It's just old. Um, but yeah, no, I get it. You have specifically because of that type of work, you have a lot of constraints that are just like impractical overall and constraining, as the name implies, to get the thing in ways that is accessible, working for everyone, and and yeah, it is making sense. I forgot where I saw this. I don't think this was on TikTok though. Mm. Basically, it was a video of someone's screen recording someone else in Japan using, I think, one of the tickets machine for the Shinkansen, so the bullet train and so on. And basically, the speed at which they were tapping on the thing was just crazy fast. Japanese clerk probably that was helping someone else find the tickets. But the tweet in question was basically saying, "This is the speed at which I want to use your app. Therefore, don't put unnecessary animations and loading times and other things. If the thing can be speedy, I want it to work speedy." And I do agree with it. I wish it was here, but I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be. There will be a lot. It is right there. The video is not sped up. Like it's just Japanese people knowing exactly where things are, or technically, I'm guessing that person in question is the clerk or manager of the train station and knows exactly where things are. But yeah. So all that to say, on your case here, you probably also have some sort of a requirement of being more efficient and performance and not have as much like the animation of growing that we just saw a second ago. That was a bit of a latency things for them. I'm sure that if they could remove it, they would remove it if they had access to that animation thing. But yeah, it's impressive nonetheless. We do like it. It's fun. So yeah. Yeah, I can tell. But yeah, no, it's not a bad thing to have limited UI rendering and focusing on performance and going back to um, Hero UI. The the brutalism setup that they have is really good. Like it's very similar to what you currently have, and you could 100% just follow that design as a base point and be like, yeah, that that makes sense to me. Like that's the design that works for us as business, which is not business for you, but like, yeah. And then obviously, if you're using this thing, you can then just change the design in one click, which is the goal for me. Always the goal. Always a good thing to be able to just say, "Oh yeah, you as the user, you don't like sharp corners. Cool, click that button, and then you're done." They just released this thing, by the way, which is pretty impressive, where you can map your own design by default. And so if you already have a website that has styling and so on, you can just type the URL and it will extract everything that it needs. And when you look at the Duolingo thing, it does extract the styling a bit better. I have a bit of doubts that Duolingo and the others haven't been like manually polished for that example, just in case, because they knew that it would be one of the extracted things, but still, being able to just say, "Oh yeah, I need a design system for my brand, and we want to move to Hero UI instead of what we currently have. Let me just drop my link, and then you know, um, be done with it." Have a good food time. Yes, I will be back on Wednesday. I will be back on Wednesday at 1:30. Yeah, take care of yourself. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the food. Which today might be I don't know, different things. Anyways, I love Hero UI. I feel like they are really good, and they've done such a good job that I don't want to release my own because I'm like, well, it makes sense, but also, what's the point of mine if they have already all of that is working? So yeah, no trouble. Hi, welcome in. How are you? How was your weekend? How have you been? How's everything? So give me 1 second. Or 2 minutes, I don't know. You rest very thoroughly. That's good. Um, check the link. Well, that's not gonna go through. Also, it's an internal thing, so yeah. Um, yeah, it's. I mean, on on my end, the reason why I started to create my own like component library with everything in there and tailored to me specifically, and therefore at the end of the day, everyone else, is because I just like I did that what 3 times in 2 years, I think. So basically, it's just like, uh, it's annoying. And it's also always the same thing. Like right now, for example, for Stony, I'm recreating some components from scratch, kinda, because I know that we don't need the entirety of the stack, and I also want a design that is a bit different. But if I could, and if like Hero UI was not like that expensive, I would just make Stony use Hero UI by default because it is a lot more complete than what I can do here. But at the end of the day, we started with like ShadCN, and ShadCN UI is very much complete. And as long as we have styling overrides that are defined somewhere once, like the buttons, the inputs, the way that things are looking, any AI agents and other things is going to figure it out exactly how we want it to be like kind of switched and organized. And therefore it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. But yeah, no, I did this because when I started in the startup that I joined, we were using Sketch at the time. But basically they had a fake-ish um design system thing. It was there, but it wasn't good. And then I had to centralize everything, and there was like 3 different products. So I did everything inside of Sketch. And then at some point I said, you know what, let me just do something a bit better. And and I basically centralized 2 of our products together into a consolidated design system slash UI kit. And then we decided to pivot to something different. So I had to create a second one. And then we pivoted again with another project or other like design system and so on. So I created like a third one, and I was like, fuck me, like just let me create a big ass one, use one of the existing UI kits as a base, and then polish it as much as we want, and then use that for everything else. And from there, it was way easier. So yeah, Denny, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, so that's good. This is, by the way, that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Let me take a look at this. What do you need here? What do you need here? I mean, the shadow is pretty good. What do you have an issue with on this one? No problem. Is it did you lose power? Or was it fine? Like just big storm and just sound, but good. I think this is pretty good. Let me go check what you've done on there. So you've made your shadow as a shadow, which makes sense. You have a -8 here, you have a 24 down, 32 in below. -8 is good. You blend in. I usually go for something that is closer to the Y and or a bit lower so that it doesn't bleed through on the edge. But that's it's not too much of a, you know, too much of a difference overall. Like that's fine. Actually, no, I'm not that. Let me just bring it back to where you were so that we can have like a bit of comparison in between the two. It's -16 or yeah, it's not going to be a lot more of a difference, to be honest. When you look at both side by side, it's going to be kind of the same thing. It's just like the only perception that you have here, it's just it looks less intense. So if you just take yours and you change the value of the shadow to not be at 20%, but be at like, I don't know, 10%, like half of the value, or maybe like, I don't know, 15. To be in between, I feel like you already are in a similar realm in terms of how the shadow looks. Like this one is a bit more intense than this one, which I think this is better-ish. Um, the -16 is an easy fix to just get it a bit more inside. What is it necessary? I don't know. I don't know. Can I just do that, by the way? Is that a... It's not an option. Can I do this? It is. God damn it. Eh, eh. Also, that yes, but also no, but also yes. Um, you have something. There is the plugin called Beautiful Shadow, which is an old-ish shadow system, whatever. But it basically gives you distance of light point and direction and other, whatever shit you want to do. And it creates a more natural fall off for the shadow, so that you can just see exactly how the thing is going to behave. And right now, obviously, these things are just like pure black. Yours has a bit of a blue hue. So if you were to go into that direction for the hue question, it would kind of works. And it gives you like a bit of an idea, but like the main difference in between what you have here and what we have here is that the Beautiful Shadow plugin thing is creating a ton of sub shadows as options. Basically, the way that you make a beautiful shadow to make sense and be cool and whatever is to have a different amount of values for the amount of blur the further away we go. So you end up with something that is like a bit more diffuse in that department compared to here where it's the same amount of diffusion all the way through. So from the top of where the corner radius is to the bottom of the shadow is kind of the same kind of gradient. Whereas here you have something that is like sharper around there and then it goes down. So that's That's the thing that this plugin is doing. Which, by the way, it's a nice it's a nice plugin, but it's also a lot of things that are not necessarily the easiest to implement in code. Not that I care, but like still. And maybe if you wanted something similar but without having to use the plugin in question, you could just create your own shadow uh, in the same behavior that I've mentioned before. Of you get this, you make it uh, black and all the colors that you want it to have. You put it in the background right there, and then you extend it. And let me just remove these shadows so that we are not like bothered by anything. But if I take this, I get the colors that you had. So let me get dark blue here. And instead of just adding a layer blur, because that's basically what the shadow is, I'm going to add a progressive layer blur that goes from 0 to, I don't know, maybe 100, because that's the maximum that we have. And then with that, based on how things are going, we can see how the fall off is. We can see that maybe 100 is a bit too much, and it's something like 40 is a bit closer to what we needed. And then, without thinking too much about it, I'm just going to change that to a gradient that is uh, like vertical with the same color on both ends, but this one is at like 0% opacity. And that way you have like a bit of a similar transition. I would make it go past like the top of the view, the page, the whatever, but you end up with an interesting-ish shadow as well. Um, so everything is an option. You can get a fun thing, but this is like an additional shape to add to the build, and that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do for the devs and so on, but you end up with the exact same thing. So again, this is just spread being a bit more inside at minus 16 instead of minus 8. This is the same thing as what you had earlier, but instead of having 40 or 20% opacity, I put this at like 15, so like just 5% less opacity. This is using the Beautiful Shadow plugin, which gives you the things directly. And then this is by adding like another elements underneath. I think your shadow is pretty good already. Like not a lot of issue with it. It might be a bit strong, and that's why this one is okay, because it's just like an opacity change. Um, then yeah, these to me are dated. These shadows, these multiple shadow stacks are very 20 yeah, 2018, 2022 kind of. So not necessarily the direction in which I would go. This system, by having like another shape to manage the shadow itself, is an interesting thing because you can 100% just play with the animation of that element a bit better than what we can do with the rest. But it's also like a bit more complex to put in place. And therefore, is it necessary? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it doesn't necessarily work. So, but it's interesting. It works. Like right here, if I move that back to, let's say we get 80% on this one, so that we have a bit more fall off around there. Let's put that back at 50. Is right in place. Have a lot of blur around there. We have a nice transition right here. And it's interesting, but then the top is not, there is no shadow around there. So yeah. Um so yeah, these things could work. Are you gonna, yeah, sorry. Here you go. That didn't land. That didn't land. We just saw that. Um the other thing that I'm obviously gonna talk about because it's necessary to mention, it's going to be like harder to give you uh, a nice shadow like this when the content looks like this. And I'm not saying this as a goddamn, congrats. I'm not saying this as a this is really bad and you should do something else. It's just the contrast in between the shadow effect and the design that you have here is a bit strong. So maybe something that would make more sense would be to have somehow, you know, something that is not a not a diffuse shadow, but instead a very strong different type of shadow behavior, where you get um, a drop shadow here that doesn't have any blur and that has kind of something that is closer to this as a behavior and color and placements and things. So you can get like that color right there, and it is matching the the rest of the content. So that could potentially uh, be a more appropriate rendering of the view, simply because it matched with the content itself, and it would look more natural slash integrated. And maybe that's I don't know. You just landed, Stony. That's the thing. You don't land usually. So yeah, there is an information hierarchy knowledge and additional things in there that maybe, adding like some these sort of shadows to that type of UI just doesn't make sense. And it is easier for you in order to get the thing to not stand out too much. So yeah, like maybe that thing is using the old design, as I was mentioning earlier, which you were not here yet, but it works. It works. And I think it's great. I think design wise, this is great. It just makes sense. It's like it's shitbuild.com. This I I love it. Love it. I think it's great. I don't even know if this is their real website or not. I didn't try to access it, but still. Um you click the publish button. Okay. So right there, you click on share, and then from share, you click on publish to community, and then you do all thing. You click next, and you're done. Very simple. Very simple. Let me read that because I missed it. Another paper competitor, but they actually have variables and theming system is fountable.com. Which the agents. Interesting. I need to check it out. There is there is a ton that are popping off right now that yeah, I don't I don't know just yet. which one is going to be the winner at the end of the day. So yeah, visually speaking, it looks pretty good. From the landing page, I don't. That is also my issue with paper, was that the landing page looked much better than the output within. So yeah, but that's good. That is good. Um, and they have a ton of things. Obviously, the glitches are my computer. Don't worry about it. They have a ton of things that Figma just added, which is useful. They have a Figma paste, which is useful. Motion exports, AI integrations. That's neat. That's neat. That goes in the design resource, and then we will check it out soon when we can. What is the no pricing? No pricing. That is, I mean, that's great. That's great. Yeah, it's just like as long as you have your API key uh, for the stuff, it works. That's neat. I like that intro animation thing. Um, like the dot rotation and that 3D transform that they did is really cool. I'm expecting this to be based on the animation system that they have within the app. So that's pretty neat. Let me download that and then we can test it out tomorrow. Another day, I don't know. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Congrats on publishing something. Um, and yeah, you say you left a response above. You mean on your file? No. um, yeah, with the one layer thing, yes. If that's the response that you were talking about. I think the one layer is the best option. The only thing that you need to change based on what you currently have here is going to be something that is simply 16 minus 16 if you just want to change that, or just make the opacity like a bit less than what you currently have, and it's just uh, that's all you need. That's all you need. But yeah, the design is really bad though. But it's whatever. No choice. No choice. No, the design is off the interface start, not your design. But yeah, eh, you'll figure it out. It's gonna be fine. They have a capture extension as well. God damn. Everyone is having capture extension. I think since we have figured out that like capture extension were as easy as they are in reality, of just injecting some JS into the file and then scanning the layout that is currently displayed, because the browser gives you like the proper layout and the proper thing in basically vanilla HTML and CSS. It's working. It's good. It's good. So yeah, everyone's gonna have that. Also, I saw this, and this is very much aligned with what I'm currently building for Stony specifically in terms of the design itself. The simplicity, the roundness, and so on. I know the studio doesn't really like these, but they make sense. They work. So we'll see. We will see. Danny, did you say something earlier that I missed? I feel like I missed something. Um, yes. The Kyoto site. Yes, I know the Kyoto site, obviously. Do you know how to animate doodles? I kind of do. The thing that is currently happening for what Techie has done for Kyoto is a bit of a different thing. Um, if I'm not mistaken, the animation doodles that are here, which I think they are the one that you are talking about, like I think that's the one in question. These are very simple. Um, Either they are done inside of Procreate with an effect, or just like this. If I do this and then I get an effect of texture, and I make sure that my texture is like really big, and then I'm going from 36 to 33 to 41, right, in the animation system, like frame by frame, it's gonna look like the thing is kind of shifting here and there. So this is kind of the only thing that you can do to get, like, let's say 40. Here you give yourself a keyframe, you go at frame 8 or 9. You know what, let's go 4 so that it makes sense. You change that to like 32. Create your keyframe at 32, my bad. You go at 8. You go back at 48. And then you go at like 12. And you go back at 40. And that is a 12 frame situation. That's going to be very fast. But that's basically it. And so if I wanted to make it like a bit less shaky, I can make that 24 frames in total, and then take this thing and extend it to be like 24 frames, that we have something that is a bit better. Or let's do 48, so it's doubled. And you know, like it's an option. You can also just do that through 2000 to 100 or 200 millisecond for something, and then you know what, let's just do 200. Like that's the thing. Right now we only have 4 dots, but that's basically it. You can have more. Usually for shakes we use 3 to 5, 3 to 6 frames. So, and congrats, Phils. Cutie, work on it. So I just saw your first message. I was in the vibration. Um, so yeah. Also, I need to click on that thing. 1 second. 1 second. That thing is, yeah. Um. So yeah, it's a low FPS jitter distortion for the band. That's basically what it is. Um, so yes, the Figma animation thing can render the code if you have it, but it only kinda renders the code if you're using things that are code able, meaning that things that I just did with the jitter is not going to work with the Figma export because the SVG transform that needs to be applied to it in order to get that effect isn't going to be codable by the Figma export itself. So you can achieve it, but uh, not easily. And it's it would be easier to achieve in code directly, yes. Also, you have I always type code ben instead of code pen, so that's uh, you probably find like brush animate line or brush jitter shit like this probably would have some existing onion skin rendering. Like right there, for example, you have a bit of it, but not too much. And these are like options that you can take and get a bit of an inspiration from that. But it's not like the basics are going to be a bit annoying. The thing that you can do today is use the HTML in Canva so that you have basically a Canva in which you put your HTML in, as the name implies, and then it just works, and you can have like the most brush typed things, and it would be fine. I don't know if I saved. Look at me, just forgot that this exists. I saved it. I said I need to like the shit out of it, and then I forgot. I mean, technically, I should just click on this shit. Sorry, it's right there. Uh, that person just created this UI thing for a kind of trail animation, not animation, but like trail thing, and it's very brushy. It's very semi-animated here and there. There are a ton of things in there that I don't like based on how reused they have their frames for their images and how the images look like within it. But there is that kind of jitter here and there, and it is feasible. But yeah, the other thing, going back to the Kyoto platform, is uh, that might have been done through. God damn it. The animation software that they use or the illustration software that they use for this, and that's it. So not Rive, Procreate. That's the word that I was looking for. Might have been done through Procreate directly because I think they've done the illustration and the doodles that are there in Procreate, and therefore just having that jittery thing is a very easy thing to do. But based on how they look, I feel like it's mostly an SVG transform because it makes sense. So yeah, like that's the thing. As I've showcased, I think when we were thinking about Mima design, I did this in Procreate, which is not much, but it's just you trace over the same thing over and over to get that jittery effect, and then you ensure that the frame rate is kind of low, and it's just you know that I thought maybe we could have animated dots for the eye of Mima, and that's the thing that I did in Procreate, and it works. It's pretty good. Um, but yeah, to me, it's like very much the jitter is the distortion at a very high level, and and just switching in between 2 frames. Like technically you can count them. There is 6. Or 8? It's almost too fast for me to count them, but yeah, it's like 6 to 8 frames with a long enough time in the middle, in between 2 frames. So, eh, easy, easy, easy. Um, God damn. Mmm. Mmm. Good job. I know, Kate, you are not there, but still, good job. And you could do it in a different format. Not necessarily the best option, but like you could do that as well. Um, right? You get 5 frames, you get 6, so that it's even. And then you say in prototype, you go from that frame to that frame, from that frame to that frame, that frame to that frame, that to that, from that to that, and then from that to that. And god damn it. As mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Apple just sent me a notification saying that they are currently reviewing the app. God damn. Every time. Every time while I'm streaming. And then instead of being on click, you just have that after delay. The delay is going to be, I don't know, maybe 800 milliseconds are going to be good. Maybe that's too much. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. But you get this. You have your effect, which is the texture that we were talking about earlier. And then you make sure that it's like big enough. And then this is just switching things on and off. And as long as you make sure that this thing is like instant in the animation itself, then apparently 800 milliseconds is a bit too slow, but yeah, it works. I don't know what a UAC prompt is. Story. A user activated something. This is the 400 user account control. I see. I see. You know, like 400 milliseconds per frames, potentially an option, and it does work, and it's that simple. So if you have like an illustration of something, you just add these effects to the thing, you can just create like a 3-frame animation, and then maybe it works. That drop was kind of slow and not working based on what I just saw. Stony, you might just make it. Or you might just miss it. Damn. Damn. I thought you were about to make it. I have Perfume in the review right now. Perfume update is in the review. There is a teeny tiny change. It's not teeny tiny. There is a big change. Basically, I just added a new thing in there with this. So we added the calendar so that anything that you have worn is held within the calendar in question. And then you also have this teeny tiny animations for presenting what would be good, what could work for whatever the fuck you want. So that is a good thing. And then the wraps also is there. So the thing that I do like about these slides is that they are resetted on disappear and animated on appear so that if you wanted to see things multiple times, that works. So that is added. It has like a lot of other things in terms of performance as well that I had to put in place. But now we have calendar, we have better wraps, and we have overall a better system. So that's good. And I added like a ton of things inside of the admin sections. But yeah, that's this one that they are currently reviewing based on the track record from the past few reviews. They just take less time than usual. So I mean, depending on how long I stream, we might have the answers before the end of the stream. It depends. There has been days where, well, there has been one time which was a crazy day. I don't know exactly how it happens, but basically, I submitted the app to review. 13 minutes later, I got a notification that they were reviewing the thing, and 7 minutes later, they were like, "Cool, on the store." So in less than 30 minutes, they just received, reviewed, approved, and that was crazy. So sometimes also congrats on landing. God damn. Uh, it was very slow drop, but also appreciated. So yeah, so this is currently in review. The other one that needs to get updated is this one on Android solely, not on iOS. I am not making it. I am landing like on the right side of the targets, but like not in it. Ah, got me. Um, I did land. Oh my god. So yeah, that needed update. But then, yeah, that's about it. That's what is currently in the review. Currently in review. Stony, to answer your question, no. I know you don't remember your question. I didn't get any other logo options. I'm mostly focusing on the components. I feel like the logo could come a bit later. There are things that kind of requires us to ensure that it is feasible, usable, and easy to understand for most people. As I mentioned earlier, while you were in that appointment, uh, mostly getting like the components that are needed for the app is the most important thing, at least for me. And then based on what I can see here, we already have 99% of everything. So um, that the like that's the type of thing that I'm like, I think we have all of the components. We have buttons that are secondary buttons, primary buttons, action buttons that are going to be here, destructive buttons are going to be there. So that's a good system so far. Um, the the inputs are there, the toggles are there, all of these things are working. I don't know what that is. Who is holding that? How do I know who's holding that? This is broken. Uh, so yeah, I've been looking at the components. Nothing in there that I know of is missing in terms of components. So we are pretty good, and therefore I might be missing like one. or two things, but that would not be the biggest necessity. So that's the current place. And then I'm waiting for you, Stony, specifically to get 99.9% of the features within your build and to for you to tell me that this is good and we have everything that works so that I can just check and count all of the icons that we have and make an inventory of it. Are you gonna make it again? God damn. Stoney's on the run. Stoney's on the run. That's yeah, that's it. Stoney's on the run. God damn it. That's that's yeah, that's crazy. I don't think we're making it gas phase. I think we no. I'm on a similar run. Yep. Yeah. God damn, you are 68 and I was at 61. Oh my god. Oh my god. So yeah, so we are. I think we are in a pretty good pace. I want you to tell me where you are in the features, so that I can count the existing icons and ensure that we have something that makes sense. And then uh, I will need to check into all the icons and the thing that are needed. But overall, we are in a good place at a good pace, which is good. Which is good. So, icon system is there. Most things are working. I think some of the stuff that is going to be missing here that I know of is if we have a sidebar retraction as a maybe in the multi-chat um, section. If you have like two chats side by side, if you have like a side by side chat situation, you could be able to collapse one of them, but keep it open. That might, you know. Um, so yeah, that's that's the thing. That's the only thing that I'm waiting on, I would say. Ensuring that we have everything that is set up and organized and done and working before I can just move on to a bit more content. But yeah, no, that for example, the sidebar thingy is what I want to have here. So this is uh yeah, no, expand. Expand is gonna be good. Expand is gonna be good. And we need where you at? Where you at? There. Nah, sorry. Expand and collapse are the two that I'm like, oh yeah, we need that. We do need that. Um, as options. So yeah, there are still things not done right, and there are still things missing, but I can't give you a number. I see. That's I all right. That's fine. That's fine. I still think that the vast majority of the work is going to be on the organization of the navigation, on my end at least in the beginning. So yeah, if you have the ability to give me a single screenshot of the entirety of the sidebar open, including the setup, that would be great, so that I can have like all of the icons side by side. Otherwise, I just do that manually. But yeah, if somehow you have a vertically mounted display on your computer, you can just give me like a fat ass thing like this. I mean, I'm sure you could just rotate your display for like 2 minutes, take a long screenshot, and then yeah, exactly. Exactly what I was saying. Yeah, if I had my 32-inch, um, I would I would have done that as well. But yeah, that would be great. That way I have like everything in there in one go, and I can just uh, match up, which is basically what I've done. I don't know if I still have this though. I may have. I may still have. Yeah, basically when we did this for what are the types of icon that we need based on features, because they didn't have, that client specifically didn't have icons in the app just yet. And therefore I just went ahead of, this is the feature that we need, and these are the icons that I'm thinking about for that use case. And then went through everything, figured out that we were missing the clear and rethink, and that's the only one that was missing. And then the other things were good. So being able to do the exact same thing here by having like the full screenshot of all of the existing sidebar items um, is useful. It is useful because there are for sure a ton of things that are missing. And as always, Iconly is great, but it doesn't have everything. And even though they have officially updated that, then yeah, I forgot if it's just the light version. Yeah, this fucking app is, I mean, this plugin for Figma is shit. I hate it. I hate it. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense. Nothing works in there. Um, that is crazy. That was crazy. So yeah, my curved icons, that is the base that I'm using. Welcome back, okay? Um, there are things in there I don't have or haven't used in the set, and then they have some uh why? Windows is not letting you rotate your screen, or is not letting you rotate your screen and take a screenshot? Like the screen is too big? Uh, I said good job on publishing uh your first resource. But yeah. Are these like Figma Motion? Yeah. It's right in front of me. I would say, in order for this to kind of stand out, change the thumbnails to something that is a bit more clean. And I don't know, Toto. I don't know. It depends on how much you make. If you make $200, it's not gonna cut it. But to be honest, on everything that we already have, you're pretty good. Like most of the content that is in here is good. Like the layout is good, the presentation is good, the behaviors are good. your navigation system is working. The only thing that I don't really like personally is what I have already mentioned to you, which is like basically these two buttons being kind of weirdly placed and these things being kind of not necessarily where I expect them to be. And then you have the oscillogram here, which the waveform which I would have at the bottom of this thing just for quick access and whatever. Um, and the only thing that I haven't really talked about is this system, which is working, but is a bit of a weird system. Like it's not something that we have seen often, and therefore it does like explain this behavior of not having like these buttons somewhere else. But also, I I don't think people touch uh, their alignments that much. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I don't think most people are reorganizing the tiles every day that it needs to be like a common action. Like on the Twitch dashboard, we can reorganize things wherever, and it is a common action, which I think is a dumbass move. Um, because right here, if I click and drag, I fucked it up. Like right now, I'm done. It's just like that wasn't supposed to happen, but it did happen. And if I made a mistake and wanted to click on something specific and just click and drag and move something around, it's just like a weird whatever. Nonetheless, in the beginning, we had to press a button first before we could um, reorganize the layout, and it was a bit more making sense because that way you just you set your layout once and then you're done. So yeah, um, nonetheless, I do like what Spotify has done. Um, like I like the fact that they have their library thing that collapse into a single row of your playlist, your save, your whatever as small icons, but also when it's expanded, you have multiple tabs in it so that you can basically navigate your own collection and all your own research right there, like in a quick manner. Um, but the only thing that I see that is important is um, what do you want it to like? What do you want the platform to transmit to the user? Like, do you want them to say, I am part of the sponsors of the artists that I'm listening to, and I have spent X amount of money on the artists that I like? Like, is the spending and the remuneration to the artist, like the financial benefits that you are giving to the artist, something that is important to that community of we don't want to give money to labels and masters because fuck them, and therefore we want to found or fund fund our artist straight away, and having like that I have given or I have paid $1,000 to the artist that I listen to as a badge of honor this month kind of thing. Like it could be interesting, but also maybe not. I don't know. So right now, the only thing that I have against the current setup is that it doesn't really have uh it doesn't really have like an essence that gives me at a first glance what is the difference. It's just like, okay, cool, it's another music player. That's all I know. And from what I see, it's like, cool, it's like a better UI for Spotify. But that's not the case. But that's what I see. So there might be a need for explanation. It might be the onboarding, yes. It might be within the app. It might be a usage-based system. The I would say right now the main marketing and discoverability issue that you will have is that your system is roughly usage-based system, which is similar to um, AI models and credits and shit, and therefore some people would have a bit of a distrust with that system. So there is a very high need for explanation on how is this working, where is my money going? Like very much straightforward. I am, 100% always going to advocate for as much transparency as possible, like giving the user a full understanding of like where things are, where are we going, what is currently happening, what is costing money, why is it costing money, and then transparency on currently we have 130 users. We have paid uh, roughly like $40 a month, which is not true. Like $40 is for that year. So I'm currently in the green. It's just like this thing is not good. Um, and we still have like that amount of spending that we have done so far that is a lot, but we can absorb that, and that's not an issue. But if we go further down, this is gonna become an issue. And for now, we are safe. But next year, I don't know. But it is like as transparent as possible so that people kind of understand where the money is going, why do we want this, and why you should care. And that's the type of thing that you currently have, by the way, um, in here. But right now it's just like here. So I appreciate it. So yeah, I guess that's the only gripes that I have so far with this, where even within the app, I feel like the philosophy of I want to support the artists that I like directly and not support their main houses and labels and so on. That um is important. Stony, I know, I have had to do the exact same thing. Um, I had to rotate the Linux PC at one point, and I basically had to move the mouse and move myself, and I was almost about to just rotate the display because it was easier. It is crazy. I hate it. I every time. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. So I tried to navigate with keyboard, but it just didn't work. So yeah, we don't like it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. I don't think you need to work on the coming from me, this is big. I don't think you need to work on the UI. Um, I think, goddamn, that is shit rendering right there. Um, goddamn, I uh, I think overall you need to work on the marketing. Like I'm saying this to myself as well, right? Um, I've been working on optimization adding features, performance, UI tweaks, when in reality, the thing that I need to work on for real is the marketing, the distribution, the packaging of the apps that I'm making, because based on what we have been seeing uh, here, if I'm logged in, I don't think so. Yeah. The apps themselves have interest, and people just test them out and use them. And uh, there is money coming in. Not a lot, but there is money coming in. And if I just focus on the distribution, it would work. It would be so much more profitable and good and whatever. But I I just can't. I just can't. And think um I think Alexei. You know what? I'm just gonna join software, and it's gonna be easier. Um, it's not gonna be easier. Oh my god. But shit like this, for example, like what Joy is doing, Joy Planner is is spamming the same type of content over and over again, and it's not it's not a hard name. I just don't know if their username is Alexei as Alexei. Like, which if I could just type properly. Um, yeah, that's what I thought. It's not sex shop is a different thing, but basically they have, if I can find it, from a long time ago now, um, that they they have had this post for a while of saying, like, I just figured out the distribution somewhere around here, and then that's just like, because it popped off and the distribution works, then it's just like going up, and that is a crazy thing. And yeah, it's just like I need to figure the fuck out of this fucking marketing stuff. Dapshi, welcome on. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? So yeah, I know. Um, I see. God damn it. Well, I hope you're good. um, load trouble. Let me take a look at this. That's pretty good. If that's the section that you were talking about, that is pretty good. That's a nicer layout than what you have earlier. I feel like this section is a bit too big, and that section is good because it creates some hierarchy of information, and then you have like right, left, left, right. So that's fine, but in reality, depending uh of what you're trying to achieve on this, god damn it, of what you're trying to achieve here, like that one might not need the background, and that's the thing that I had in my head earlier. So if you just remove the background itself, it's fine. Like there is no, it's not great, but it's fine, and it looks kind of off brand because of the layout of things. So you would kind of need some sort of a 0 point on both sides, and then this thing being growing. and shit like this. It works. Um, but that could be that could be working. Could be working. That could work. That's the English version of this. But that header is good. Um, and the simplifications there make sense. The white border around it, I don't know. I feel like you would benefit from getting that white border outside, but like more. I don't know if you have a better screenshot of the existing app, because there is a bit of a, like, if you were here, for example, in terms of layout, like if you had this more um pixels, that would help so much. So much in making this a bit better overall, which, you know, you can kind of fake if you want to, but god damn it. Shit. Almost. This is not working. I flipped two of them, apparently. Yeah, I'm not gonna have it. But that would help. Nonetheless, that's a potential to get like a bit more width on this thing to make it works. But yeah, it works with the gradient. It would work. I could. I mean, I would probably be or have an easier time with this with a drop shadow, like an inner drop shadow on that thing. Um, but yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's fine. Other than that, that's it. Um, mhm. I'm gonna check. But the layout is good. The top version is better than the bottom version for me, depending on the rest of the content that you have on that page specifically. One or the other would work. I think if you have like a lot more content, then this might be better, because it just, as you mentioned, it makes sure that the ugliness of the screenshot itself is not like in your face or as in your face as it currently is. Whereas if you don't have too much content on that page, and this is a more important element that is just brought up as something that is important, that needs to be seen a lot more. That's depending on the use case and the goals. And yeah, there is a bit of a change in between these two. But other than that, this fine. This fine. I like this. I like that. That works. That does work. God damn, that is true. Yeah, Stony. That is flickering indeed. Is it to figure out which TV you are looking at? Like, is that what it is? Like, that's the selected TV? No, it's moving in the menu. So yeah, god damn it, god damn. I see. So yeah, no. Overall, that is the system. Sometimes I feel like that that's the thing that needs to happen in order to get discovered. Anyways, you need some sort of a uh, discoverability slash marketing funnel that works, and sometimes it's just like talking about the app. Sometimes it's just optimizing the App Store search engine optimization, like the ASO. Sometimes it's just talking about shit on a lot of places. The one that I have, I don't know if it's synced, but if I do, or if it is, that would be great. That would be great. It is synced. Um, TikTok on the bottom of my own video has a search query thing, which was Japanese language learning resources. And the first thing was like can.app for vocabulary and kanjis as the first uh, recommendation. I don't know if this is uh, like because it's my account and because it is what I'm talking about, and therefore this is what is served to me specifically. But if that's not the case, and if that is what the TikTok search is serving to all users that are looking for Japanese language learning resources, this is a pretty amazing thing from my discoverability thing. And then there is obviously like the others that I'm talking about, like Tokoboto is another one that I'm talking about, and then the NHK News Easy is one that I've been talking about often. So most of the content that is in there for presentation and so on is coming from shit that I have been talking about in my own like TikTok. I've been talking about the Pokemon Kids TV, and the Crazy Japanese Lessons as well. So it might it might be like reference based on my own content. I don't know, but I have never looked at this thing. I don't know what that is, and I have almost never talked about Wanikani because I don't like it. So nonetheless, the content that I'm doing on TikTok is paying off, kind of not really, but it kind of is. So yeah, um, I can't. I'm gonna show you why I can't. Um, because it's just it's just so bad. So the the Japanese resources threads is one that I have been posting on and have been talking about before. The Learn Japanese is another one that is also in there. The thing is, in Learn Japanese, there is officially no advertisement that is allowed really for apps and other things other than if someone else finds it or if a mod deems that this is a good thing. So I tried to ask them if I could like just talk about the app that I'm building because it's helpful for everyone. And they said basically fuck off. So I said, okay, good. That's a good thing for me. But then from here, there are like other um resources, which obviously they're not going to be in there, but like Japanese resources, another one. And it's just filled with people that just create vibe coded apps and other thing that just looks like shit and are really bad most of the times. And most of them are getting like a downvote almost immediately, which is kind of crazy. Like usually you always start at one, which is your own upvote. Most of these apps things are like at zero by default. Some of them I downvoted for obvious. Anyways, what I was saying, um, when I did post my own posts in like um in things, I had like some good feedbacks for some of them, not most of them. Um, this one had the most. I kind of talked about it before. Um, like I talked about this one in Swift UI, which was like I love the liquid glass in property, which is really good, and I didn't think it could be done. So it was roughly like a bit of a highlight of what was feasible. I had what they were requesting in the post of like talking about the code and if it's not like an open source thing, is just have the code in the post, which is what I've done. And then the mods, after 3 weeks, decided to just remove it from the fucking subreddit. And it is the only post in that subreddit that gained that much upvote and comments on the entire thing. So yeah. But nonetheless, like most of the time that I have posted, it had bumped the views on the app itself. And I just this one was 1 year ago. So obviously I could go back and read in Japanese resource and then just post about it again because I did the same thing a year ago again. And I need to do that again. But it's just I don't want to post every time. But yes, I agree. I need to target like specific type of people. The thing is, I don't want these types of people on the app. But they are the target audience in a way. But it's just like, yeah, fuck off. I would rather post in the like for perfume, for example, in the fragrance sub if they exist. I mean, I know they exist, but like I'm also very much aligned with the rules of the subreddits. I don't want to do something that is not allowed in that Reddit thread or whatever, and therefore I end up not doing shit about it. So yeah, there was like a guy, I guess, that was spamming the Japanese resource place, but basically like spamming every day. I saw like 1 to 2 posts from them with the same AI generated posters with the same almost the same like text, not exactly, but like almost, and they got banned. Like they got removed. The entirety of their posts got removed from the subreddit, which is pretty good. I think it's a nice thing that these types of people have been removed because they were just spamming. So obviously I would not be spamming, but it's just like I again like I made a Japanese learning website for kanji. I created a study group for people as like I'm building an app, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, I did the exact same post, but it just feels like ugh. the same re-vomited things from everyone, like building an app, building an app. I mean, that's the same person, so it's just anyways. I'm just fed up with Reddit overall. Like most of the content that is in there is just I don't like it. But it is the platforms in which I would probably have the most success just because of what it is and who is already there. So I might have to, but I don't want to have to, if that makes any sense. Um, it feels like a bad move. Reddit feels like a bad move, and that's what I don't like. Um, kinda, kinda. Um, we had a chat at some point saying that it would be interesting to get like a partnership of um, me in Cannes have a section that says if you're looking for a community to learn Japanese, you can go into Kyoto, for example, and then in Kyoto there could be a Cannes community, but then that would mean that I would kind of need to be active there, and I don't want to do that. I'm not active on anything most times. Like on the social platforms, they're just like not an active person. I'm more of a lurker slash interactive person at times, but like most times, not at all. So yeah. Um, why? It's good. Look at it. It's so nice. It's so nice. Um, yeah, I hope I hate that. Total. That's the type of content that I don't want to do, that I want to avoid at all costs. Like I hate the regular Japanese content I see on most platform of like here is how you say konnichiwa in Japanese. That means hello, by the way. Fuck off. Just like give us things that are useful. Like don't specifically because these people that are doing these types of videos are most of the time really bad at the language and and it's really I don't like it. I don't I don't like it. I don't like it. All right. Um, so yeah, but it is the type of content that I need to do. I know. It pisses me off as much as it is. God damn it. Yeah, these two. I in the beginning, like the initial things was good. The some of the first videos were good, and then when he decided to play dumb and act so dumb and look like he was a caricature of the dumbest Asian person that you know of, which you don't know much, but like, whatever, on the internet. So degrading the Asian stereotypes as much as possible, people kind of liked it, and therefore he's stuck. They both are stuck. They can't do anything else because that's their only thing. It's the one trick pony situation where this guy needs to be done. He needs to not have any reactions to what it is, do that face, and then he needs to get the face of I'm confused, even though I speak fluently Japanese, but I'm not gonna tell you. And it's just like it's the type of content that gives you views, obviously, but it's just bad content. It's just like yeah, it is viral content, but I don't want viral content for the sake of going viral. Like this has never made any sense to me. I wanna I wanna provide value to the people that are watching the content, not entertainment alone because it's funny. And in order to go viral, you need to scream, be dumb, or say something that is false. Um, like if you if you talked about your favorite Pokemon and then you name a Digimon, if you talk about Goku being the best character in Naruto, people are like rage baiting you, obviously, and therefore, like there is something that comes out of it, of the comments and the replies and so on. But it's just like it makes you as the creator look dumb, look like a dumbass, and therefore you are known for being a dumbass. Like there is this um there's this guy, which you probably have heard, seen, I don't know, it depends. My perception of that guy is that he screams. That's it. That's who he is. That that to me, like him screaming, that's the only thing I know. And therefore, this is the only personality that he has, because that is the only thing that I've seen from him every time. So he's screaming here, is screaming there as well. I know he would be screaming in any gaming related videos. Same thing with I show speed, same content, same thing, nothing else. Like no real value for the viewers. And I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want that. Um, so I I would rather, and that's basically what is currently happening slowly, very slowly. That's gonna be some ass. That's what expected. Um, that is, it's slowly happening here. Not that, like, not that big, but like this one has 600 views compared to my regular 300. So that's like an interesting one. It doesn't happen often. But some of them are happening with a lot more views than others. And then sometimes I get like a 1.5K here and there, which is pretty useful. It's not necessarily on my own apps, but it's still like ranking me in the recommendation system for Japanese resources, and therefore it makes sense, it helps, and so on. So that's the type of content I want to do. I don't want to rage bait people, and I don't want to mislead people. So yeah, I'd rather have slow slow content, but good content than not, if that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. Like 11 is gonna be good. Um, yeah. Ah, shit. That was expected. Uh, I guess I need. I guess I need section based instead, to make things work. Dang, that's a lot of icons. Oh my god. Cool. Um, Yeah. I mean, the again, from what I just showcased a second ago with the search results for Japanese resources thingy, um, that is like potentially already a good start. Um, but yeah, it's that is not what I'm looking for. But it's just like a lot more work overall to get um content. And I don't want to script the videos either. Like the my content right now is 30 seconds at best, 40 sometimes, but like it's really, really rare. And it is just here is the resource for the day. That's about it. Bye. Like I don't want to do anything. uh, I don't want to get like a script. I don't want to have to think about it too much. I just want to get the information out so that people can have the information. I don't want to take a minute to explain something that can take 3 seconds to be explained. And all of that is um, one of the reasons as well why the content in question isn't necessarily working because it's not tailored to the algorithm and or the platform in question. So that's like, I know, I am aware. It's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me. So, yeah. Um, yeah, I've done some shots in the past. I don't think I will be able to get access to that right there because it's like it's been a while. But I've done some posts that have been pretty good, I guess, at some point. In terms of views, which are these ones, which basically are learn hiragana with me using can and just going through the app and taking a quiz, a 5 questions quiz with question answer question answer. So it's like roughly 12 to 13 slides, and it is sometimes making a lot more uh, wave, I'd say, than others, but also it doesn't work most of the times. So yeah, um, I don't know. Before that was the perfume stuff. So yeah, um, basically the full range of the app, the thing that the app does, and oh my god, I kill people again. The overall system is just you can learn the characters if you want to get a refresher on what they are, but it's not the main point of the app. The main point is vocabulary within um like within focused dictionaries. The premise is I just couldn't learn vocab through my classes because I was learning about directions and giving directions to someone or someone giving me direction, and I don't give a fuck. I have this thing on my phone that is called Google Map, and it is pretty impressive. And if someone is asking me some direction, I will probably pull out my phone and look at the address. And if I'm looking for something, I will probably pull out my phone and look at the address on my phone. So this makes no sense. However, as a designer that is looking to work in Japan as a designer, I need to learn the business Japanese vocabs. I need to learn the designer Japanese vocab to make things make sense and be able to do things. So it is the premise of the apps is just like your interest makes you better at learning instead of just learning through a random list of words through a curriculum that you don't care about. Um, and so it could make sense, but I couldn't do any things about Japanese poems, for example, because you don't have access to the content. You have to practice the content to get access to the content. So, like, only if, only if it's something that is touching single kanji's explanation and the poems is like a forwards um, idioms or something like this, and you search for the meaning through the app, but that's the only thing that you could do. It doesn't really work. So there is nothing that I can think of by default that could be advertisable for the content. It's just like learn faster because you are interested in slangs and you will just learn the words because you just want to use them. Um, but it's not like a recreate that sentence or speak that sentence or any other things. It's just you either have access to the characters themselves or the words, which is very simple, right? Characters, and then you can click on them, learn the characters in question, do a quiz, um, if that's gonna work. That's working on my phone. Do a quiz with like proper writing system so that you're kind of confused. Um, and be like, okay, cool, I recognize that character, I recognize that character, I can move on. So that's like basically when you are just practicing your characters. But the main point is in the vocab section when you're like, oh, I want to learn the design dictionary, or I want to learn the first 1,000 word of the Japanese language, which is in the free tier, and you get access to this. But that's roughly about it. So anything that is in here in the beginning, you just get access to the first officially like 25 words, and you need to go through these 25 words before you can move on to the next 25. So even if I was going through like these system of explaining what these words are, um, it's just not gonna work. So yeah. What could you show paid content in the ads? Uh, it's not that I can't show paid content in the ads. It's just that I can't show the content that I alone don't really have access to yet. So I am on step 28 of 40 of the 1,000 words. So I can go into these first 700 and ish words. So I could figure out some stuff from there, but that's about it. I could go through the slang dictionary because I went through it. Um, but yeah, no, I could. I don't want to. That's the thing. The point of the app for me is to get access to me really learning things. It's like that's the only reason why the app exists in the first place. It's just like I need to learn vocabs, and therefore I built my app for myself, and that's it. And then other people like it, but that's about it. So yes, I could unlock everything for myself and show everything for myself for the ads and for other things, but it's just like it feels not right. Um, and it's totally that's a different discussion. Um, so unlocking it will make it wrong because I would not have any incentives to then use the app myself, which I already don't anymore. Like I'm kind of um, I'm kind of done with the app, like roughly. Um, this was my first project on my own, and it did its thing, and it's good enough for what it did. But that's about it. I don't have a lot more in me to make it better and to promote it and so on. The only one that I'm currently like actively promoting and working on is Perfume because it is still it has had roughly the same lifespan as Can, but I'm still using it, which means something. So this one has uh, a lot more potential in my eyes just because it's it's still something that I'm using. When I was still using Can on a daily basis, yes, it was the content, so it made sense. But right now, eh, eh. And yes, it's not blunt whatsoever. It is true. I am the only thing in my way right now that makes me not able to do any things about it. As I think I've mentioned that before, I would need, which would be great, to get like a, a salesperson, a marketing person, um, and and other things like this to make sense and work. But I just hate creating content in general. Like the only thing that is creating content that is good for me is the stream. Streams are good. I don't mind it because I can work in the same time and not really think about it. Um, so that's fine. But yeah, I don't think we have games. I don't think we have gifts. Based on what I remember on this one. Um, I don't think we have headphones, but we do have sounds. I don't think we have headphones. Some requested a list. We don't have that. We do have this. Um, yes, same thing. Uh, like doing some street interviews with the app could work, and I'm trying to do things in the comments of other people's videos, basically just dropping some screenshot of the app or the shareable card from the app in the comments when someone is talking about a specific perfume that I have in my collection, just for the sake of showcasing the app. But it's just like it's not working well enough, I guess. Um, and it's also like it goes against me in general, like the app system and advertisement um, in general just goes against me as a principle. So yeah, that's a bit of a different system. um, because the app itself is specifically for perfume, the app is just making sure that we are not selling you anything. It's there to help you review your collection and learn about your collection, what you already have, not make you buy more shit. So avoiding that is important, but it's also like kind of yeah. Um, it is. That guy specifically is really bad um, in the community, and a lot of people are just like against him because of his content and the other thing that have happened. So yeah, the type of shit that we want to avoid. um, I don't think I have webhook. I may have links. I guess links not there. I don't think I have a globe. Do I have a globe? Nope. I don't think we have a face, and I don't think we have anything for the automation. Cool. And that is the shield again. Cool. So that means, I guess the other way around is going to be faster. I'm doing the exact same thing right now. That was a mistake. um, damn. We're missing a lot of things. So, nonetheless, I also don't have any batteries in the headphones. The thing that is in there, and I absolutely agree with you, I'm in my own way in order to distribute and market the apps and or product that I've been working on, because I just don't want to create the content in terms of like whatever I need to create. Because selling myself is a weird thing and I hate doing it. So it's it goes against me, and it's really, I have like a bit of a wall in front of me, which is put by myself for sure, to go through it and figure out exactly what I need to do in order to market things is not really a thing, because I know exactly what I need to do. I just can't put myself to do it for me. And if I had someone that I could pay that could take care of all of that, that would be great. But I don't have the money to be able to do so, in which case I'm not promoting shit. And the only thing that I'm willing to do is talk about beneficial things that are not necessarily just my stuff. In which case, the TikTok that I'm doing of random free resources that are helping anyone that is learning Japanese, or people that have a perfume collection and I want to journal about it. Like I'm talking about that from time to time when I have like an update on the app, but that's about it. Nothing else. And so it's kind of bad in terms of content. And I just don't want to do the viral hooks and other things that are making sure and ensuring that like a video is gonna pop off and so on, just because it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Um, and and I would rather have someone else take care of that. So that's the first thing. And then I don't want I yeah, I don't want people to spend money on things that I have done myself somehow. This is also another thing that is kind of annoying. Um, I just can't promote my own shit because it feels weird because it's my own shit. And I can promote Stony stuff with no issues. I can like I can like I can talk about whatever you are building with no issues. But just for me, it makes no fucking sense. And I can't figure out exactly what in my fucking head is breaking and stopping me from doing what I need to do. It's just like it doesn't make sense. I don't see the point in selling myself. I don't see the point in I mean, other than getting money, but that's the only thing. I don't want to get money. Like it makes no sense to me. So like it's a weird situation where I don't have the the willpower to do the thing that I need to do in order to create content. Um, and yeah, I do want to get money, but I don't want to have to do the content creation part to get the money. Like, give me a rich wife that is dying tomorrow. I don't know, but yeah, like, I don't, and not I don't want to do the work because I love to work, as you can see on stream. Like I'm working every day mostly, um, but for my own stuff, which is a different system. But just the type of work that is content creation is just not for me. It's, or at least I haven't found a system that is good enough for me. And then, because this just happened, the app got approved. So now it's on the store with the latest version. God damn, they were fast again. um, so yeah, I don't know. It's like there's so much going on in terms of the product that I'm building and the thing that I'm creating that needs external creation and content creation in order to get discovered. And for some reason, it just doesn't make any sense for me. But I'm still willing to work on your own project, like on stream, or help study for the other things, or when Kane is having some things with the CMS, ensuring that we are going into a direction that would make more sense for most users, and so on. But when it comes from to my own shit, mm-mm, for some reason. Uh, I know you would love to get a nice homepage, but that's the only thing that I hate doing, so that's probably not going to happen. Um, like I can help you fix some of the thing that you already have. A nice logo, that's an easy thing to do. Yes, we can work on the logo. We can work on the logo. Um, but that's the other thing that you will never figure out. Like funds are not motivating. Like I think you could pay me 100K. I would do the thing, but I wouldn't be motivated whatsoever. Like, I I would be reluctant in doing the thing uh, as much as I could, just because I hate doing it. So yeah, I just yeah, but I would do the thing not willingly. I would do the things forced, and therefore it would be bad. Like the output would be bad. I've seen that happen with myself in the past, where it's just some people at the company are requesting me to do something that I just don't want to do because I know it's shit and I know why it's made in the company. And they're like, "Well, you have to," and I'm like, "Yeah, I have to. I will do it anyways, but it's gonna take longer. I'm not gonna put any effort into it. You're gonna have it as you asked it to be, but that's it. Nothing else." And I don't want that. Like I would love for the landing page to be good, you know? Um, and that's just like that's no good. I the reason why I don't want to do the landing page for you specifically on this one um is because I don't know what to put in it. I um I don't have any fucking idea on what to put in this landing page. I 99% of the time hate landing pages. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. And and either I'm gonna use that as an example. Uh, Either I get an ID, I make the thing, and I'm done, and that happens in about 3 days, or it never happens. Like, the reason why this website exists is because it is a template. It's coming from a template that is free on the Framer marketplace. And I said, that's good enough. Fuck it. And then I changed the content, but that's it. Like, I don't give a shit about landing pages. I have never given a shit about landing pages, and I will probably never give a shit about landing pages in my life just because of how annoying they are. I will still, like, not that, but I will still take the time to figure out some things. I have hired someone to bake this one, by the way. Um, like, have something that just works, and you know, this is a shit landing page. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the only thing that is good is the hero section, because that's a cute looking thing. The animation on reveal is a nice thing, but now in 2026 everyone has the exact same reveal thing, so it's not really good. Um, so it's just oh. In dev or in app, which one you want? Uh, I think this is shit. I think the video recording should have been with no backgrounds, if possible, which is not the case. And yeah. Oh no, I did it. Kyoto is made by Teki. I just helped in some other thing when we looked at the landing page itself. Basically the same thing that happened here, where I look at your app, I looked at Teki's website and or app and or content, and gave some feedbacks on some of the things that would make more sense. Some things have been updated, some haven't, but yeah. Um, and the artwork is good. I think again the huge plus of this one is the visuals, like the amount of cute visuals, stickers and other things that they have in there that is really good. But then also the motion in question, like the fact that this thing is just all the time switching, like it very, very simple animation, you know, is uh is just cute. But yeah, like what you want, as Kane just said, is to the point. What you want is this button. That's about it. And here, what you want is basically here, and then you have these buttons, and that's it. I'm guessing based on the analytics in Framer side, people are spending like less than 30 seconds into this page. And yeah, like that makes sense. So again, the goal is just to I got an ID and then I polished some of the animations and some of the things because it made sense for the usage and the IDs that I had. But that's about it. Like I had another ID for one thing that is going to be in there. So I need to work on that probably tomorrow. But that's it. Like, is it like the greatest landing page in ever? No. Will it be? Never. Never. And yes, jitter is good as well. It has like a nice overall simplicity, and it's really cool for like the motion design that is on the loading space and so on. And it's also like one of the very basic landing pages that is a very 2026 things. Like most of the animations that are in there are very much aligned with like 2025, 2026 and the thing that we have in there, which is great. But it's also like a very long landing page. I'm out. Like I'm already out here. Like basically I see these cards and I'm like, cool. if that was not the footer, I'm out of the page. I don't care about the rest. Like there is too much content, and you know, like that's one of the other thing that is annoying me. So landing pages, I don't hate. I don't like them. I can help fix some things on existing ones that are good enough, but other than that, I'd rather you use a template instead of anything else to get the thing. But yeah, let me check dev first, Stony, before anything else. Oh well, that is not working. Um, app is working. Dev is not working. But app, I'm on Beast Unit, and Phoenix is available, so I can get there. This is bad. So I can get in. But this one I can't. And this one is only Eagle, which is good. But server is offline. But Phoenix is on. So I don't know exactly what else you want me to check. But yeah, app is working, which is pretty good. Which is a pretty good start. So yeah, the landing page needs work. I know, I agree. But in comparing the two, yeah, for sure. For sure. Anyways. Anyways, I'm about to lose headphones. So potentially that works. This is something that I need to check as well. Nonetheless, who's live? I'm guessing Cat's live at this time. Yes. Syntax is live. It's Monday. That makes sense. I see a lot of titties on the homepage. They're anime titties. So anime titties is always good. You know, like anime titties. Syntax is almost done. Yeah, but by the time that makes sense. We went to QD last time, so I'm guessing probably at the end of the week or next week, potentially going back there. Gamey is there, but not. We don't have Kofi in code. It is, but it's not even like a Guna platform for real. Like that's the thing that makes no sense. I would love for Twitch to implement something that is just like a real 18 plus platform thing. They would make so much more money instantly. It would fix their financials in about 3 days, and the platform would survive. But it's just like they don't want to have anything that is related to real 18 plus. So it's just a secure, not accessible. I think less than 3 days. I don't know if you. I mean, I don't think you are in the same internet spheres than me, but like the amount of people that I've seen that have made like 10 million on day one of their OnlyFans release is wild, just because they've been hyping it up since they were like 16. God damn it. And then they turn 18 and it's legal, and then they do it, and then 10 mil in about like a day. So with that in mind, if you have bits and things like the live cam show and other things that exist in the porn webs for live streams for porn, the amount of money that is in there is crazy. Like sex is roughly the second or third business in the world after like weapons in terms of revenue, which is crazy. So, you know, yeah. We haven't been on Vash stream in a while, so let's go there. Let's go there. Um, I said nothing. I heard nothing. But yeah, no. That is also like another business that also is in the top three. So yeah, for sure, for sure. Anyways, thanks all for being here on that high note. If you have a question, I'm not live as always. Join the Discord, ask it here or there. It's good. That is currently doing the MMO game dev, I think, learning session, which is pretty cool and pretty useful. There is not a lot of activities on the stream in terms of sound and other things, so it's calm. Sadly, there is no music in the background, but if you are just wanting to be there, that's an option. As always, if you have a big ass perfume collection, use that. And if you have a big ass list of links, use that. It's pretty good. It needs to get an update soon-ish. I need to do that potentially this week if I have the option. I want more cards in there to make it make sense. So we'll see. But yeah, and then learning Japanese, as always. If you have a small ass list of link, ban is free. So that's a good thing for you. That is a good thing for you. Nonetheless, as always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll be back on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time, and I'll see you there. Bye.